wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. Help us, O Lord, to forgive one another, to be tolerant, to be respectable in whatever decisions, whatever discussion that we make today. We pray for your goodness upon these nations of Papua New Guinea. We pray for your continuous blessing upon the Prime Minister, Deputy Prime Minister, the opposition leader, and all the ministers, governors, and members of Parliament. Help us, O Lord, to be tolerant, to be respectable to one another as we continue to serve our people and this nation with dignity, with courage, with boldness. We offer this prayer to Christ, our Lord. Amen. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be your name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from all evil. For yours is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen.
Honourable members, I wish to acknowledge the presence of the public gallery of second year and graduating students who are doing their Bachelor School Leadership Management at the Papua New Guinea Education Institute in the National Capital District, and the teachers and students of the Academy of Inclusive Learning in the National Capital District. On behalf of the Parliament, I extend the visitors a warm welcome. Any petitions? Motions? Honourable members, question time. The Honourable Governor for Oro.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to ask a series of questions to the Minister for Health. And I would like to congratulate him on his appointment. I'm confident that he will continue the good work that the former minister had started, initiated, and the minister before that. My series of questions are in relation to an article that appeared in yesterday's national newspaper. Health workers I strike over 18.2 million in unpaid allowances. So I'd like to ask the Minister what his ministry is doing about this and how did this come about. For health workers to go on strike, it doesn't happen automatically because they are duty-bound. They swear an oath to serve, protect lives, save lives. And so for them to go on strike is a serious matter. It means that they've exhausted all the avenues, that they have been ignored, they haven't been heard, etc., etc. So therefore we need to address this immediately because the repercussions are significant and borne by especially the most vulnerable in our communities. So can the Minister please elaborate how his ministry intends to attend to this and what he intends to do about it and when? My other question, through you, Deputy Speaker, is in relation to the PAC recommendations. The PAC report was delivered in 2020 after an inquiry under the chairmanship of Honourable John Pundari, and a significant inquiry had been carried out exposing significant corruption in the National Department of Health, particularly to do with procurement of drugs and the distribution of these drugs. We would like to know, we meaning the people of Papua New Guinea, not just those who were part of the Public Accounts Committee at that time and delivered the report, We would like to know, through you, Deputy Speaker, whether the Minister intends to continue with the implementation of these recommendations, which are taking so long. It's been almost 4 years, and many of these recommendations have not even been implemented to any satisfaction. Ministers past have tried, but for some reason, the key recommendations to review the procurement system have not been carried out to satisfaction. I'll give one example. There was a particular logistics company that was highlighted as being a company that just did not have the wherewithal, did not seem to have the care of duty to deliver drugs to its locations that it was supposed to do so, and to do it in a timely manner. It was recommended that this particular company not be re-engaged. That company is still operating today and is engaged by the National Department of Health. And it is still doing these terrible practices. Moro is a victim of this. So, Minister, what are you going to do about the recommendations by the PAC, and in particular to this particular segment of those recommendations? Those are my series of questions, Deputy Speaker. Thank you.
Honourable Minister for Health.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Governor for these important questions. I thank the Prime Minister for appointing me as the Minister for Health. And I acknowledge the effort that were done by the former ministers with these in these important discussions. I'll start with the PAC, or the Public Accounts Committee report on medical supplies procurement and distribution. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the department has in place a working committee and have started to look into or to implement the 15 recommendations that were in the PAC report. And I will present to Parliament the full report on what the department is doing to address these particular recommendations. Secondly, with regard to the newspaper article yesterday, that is to do with the outstanding log of claims of payment to the Allied Health Workers Association. And the Allied Health Workers Association comprises of the pharmacies, the dental staff, the pharmacy staff, pharmacy, dental, radiology, and the physiotherapy staff. The Department of Health has 7 cadres of health workers, health unions, and you can say that it is a highly unionized department with 7 cadres of health workers, with 13 different allowances that are configured in the Alaska payroll system. What we have done, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is the department is in consultation with the DPM to make sure that the allowances that are in the claims must be verified and justified properly, especially the domestic market allowances and the housing allowance. That is an ongoing discussion now with the department, Treasury, DPM, and the Labour Department. I say Labour Department because, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I have come to realize, or I've been informed that the office bearers of the Allied Health Workers Association has lapsed in 2021, and the office bearers who are actually taking the lead in this particular matter, they need to go through new elections for the office bearers before they can start leading their team into this matter. But what I say today, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is we are in consultation with Treasury and DPM and making sure that we meet this log of claims going back to 2012, and it's not 18. According to information I've received from the department, it's 12 million kina, and I want to say that we're not deliberately ignoring this particular matter, but we make sure that we are in compliance and making sure we check the figures and we comply so that we sort these matters accordingly. I want to say going forward, we'd like to see that some of these allowances must be captured in the Alaska payroll system, so that they must be paid out every fortnight, not to be accumulated anymore. There shouldn't be any accumulation of such allowances in the system. Like this one, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we're going back 2012, and we want to put a stop to this. That's the first thing that this department is doing. And the second thing, because of this matter, it's not only the Allied Health Workers Association, but it's now revealing to us different other, as I've said, we have 7 different cadres of health workers in the department, in the department. We have initiated audit for the human resource managers for the 21 PHAs. We need to have competent PHAs running the PHAs in the country. We'll conduct a PHAs audit, especially the HR section, so that we have competent HR managers who know their job and are working according to what we need to see. The current regulations of the PHA, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the CEOs of PHS are now required to forward to the department a quarterly report on their performance, on their budget implementation and the HR matters, and that is also to do that. That is also to see that we are making sure we report on HR matters as part from financial matters. That's a mandatory requirement under the amendment that was done by the PHA Act, and I again commend the former ministers for making sure that we do this. My other point, Mr. Deputy Speaker, going forward in the future is I see the need to have a health service commission similar to Teachers Commission so that they look into these kind of matters. It is important that we establish a health service commission for the country so that it is similar to Teachers Commission and many of these issues can be deliberated in this matter. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I seek the cooperation of the Allied Health Workers Association to work with the department to see that we sort this matter amicably and not to go into strike action. It is the Maraporaso government stands committed to paying the salaries and the allowances and everything that is captured for in the MOAs, and let us work amicably to solve this matter. As I said today, that the office bearers of the Allied Health Workers Association, their term lapsed. So any person who is leading this particular arrangement, it is deemed to be illegal. It is deemed to be illegal. So I ask them to cooperate with the department and resolve this amicably. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The honourable member for Liga.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Loluk Sailong. People blow me long right now. People blow me long. Pokora Golden Valley. First of all, me look away golong. People blow Waki Valley long. Salimon Bla, good blow leader come long. Only giving blouse a mining minister long. It's the country. Question blow me a triple question to solely go long, mining minister. First of all, we have been concluding the program project commencement agreement. Program start now. Smoothly come up in this. Thank you, Lord. Second, now program gold money on now and program long-term compensation agreement come up now. And start long Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, agreement in go it and by finish long. Next week, 3 days. So thank you long, Department of Mining, MRA na Lokman long, making slow work. Question Blomian, CDA, Community Development Agreement. EMI failed 5 times. First time start of program 3 times long Webek na. Last time EMI come the yellow. Port must win EMI failed 3 times. So one time through by MRA na ministry by finishing na concluding la CDA. CDA is very important. After CDA another agreement come up, but now another agreement come up finish na. CDA fail it. Na me go on it na come up. First question. Second, resettlement long all SML landowners. Now Pokora Gold Mine is the only mining in the world where all landowners sleep inside long SML area. Banis long Pokora Gold Mine all landowners is sharing matter. So all people of Pokora, all settlers long Lagai, Kandep, tari ogatap lo papanigin lo settled lo close to lo panis lo SML. So illegal mines na ogatap man chim heavy long pogra emol sleep are lo panis. So one time through by one bla resettlement they come up. Resettlement you must got detailed plan blame, budget blame na time frame long achieving resettlement long niblo lo pogra na emino come up yet. So one time through by resettlement come up. Number 3 one time through by Blagad Montcare gold mine. Montcare start long time. Now me go ahead na now Narbla gold mine come up past but Montcare me come up yet. So one time through by Montcare gold mining come up. Thank you too.
The Honourable Minister for Mining.
Good morning, me. Like to thank you, long member, for asking me for good asking. Me to thank you. First of all, me like start off one time. Thank you, Lord. Prime Minister, you put me Lord display up Lord. Look out him all minerals lo you Lord country and me to thank you. Lanti something more yet lo me bylining as well sampla me save longen and me can talk out past him na bian me go long fogera also long not carry you talk me bring me can pass lo back him ibin planted resist passing long on exploration companies ibin come sampla only license long only no been renewed na kind of same so now planted on rest come na ting long Mipla tin long put him at least to go long market na all again resist so beat M1 bla look Mipla ilu game narapla also Mipla screen him horketa also me go nupla so me talk him all 1 and some bla only been working exploration finish na bian only no renew him license some bla all come nupla some bla all must come in between some blood stuff look hot all this plug something me had him na me go delay lig tasal once me play processing molkata na me play come lo good plan understanding and me play look lo best way me play can handle him na maybe all market or all exploration line can beat na one play got good play also resource na capital na larat la something that only me play can look and also we can give him update also. So we go back long Fogera and so me government work strong me thank you long Prime Minister na our previous government law make him all work icon na mine start na me come in now to solve something that me like look na me like make him behind heavy come up again na mine close to 10 days or kind of same. Now I'm start. So kind of same CDA fail and me now work long time lo addressing this plan. Me talk one time all line long up na lo yeah MRA go pass lo this plan. So only work long end. Together one time resettlement. I think narabla bill me like make him law. Mulut kata display resettlement bill and by helping long make him display usawe suppose me play banisim mol kata area na banisim all alluvial miners can illegally enter an area na kind of me play minimize him inflow blood people you go inside law mine area and by help him legally now and resettlement now something and by come good so at least MRA all team lo me go pass lo make him all display something stuff together one time all together mine also all representatives long all community long up only work lo make him so I think him by he go alright legally but otherwise still he got some law legally issue with the statements now display something stuff as time goes me can handle me see na iko now and by come up na by come up good na by one yaso update belum all kata also resettlement na When I'm also in CDA work now, this plan, we can give him in full, in writing, come back to you, now you can, away na kind of sense. So, me actually, don't go to site yet, but also all reports online, maybe it seem through, na work, maybe make him from here to forget along him, and me updating you. Thank you.
Supplementary?
We have a supplementary. The Honourable Governor for ECPIC.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, long supplementary budget long 2022, Treasurer Emi Sanapna, Emi asking people below Papua New Guinea, me give him talk right. Now 210 million kina. This la house he been allocated, he go long resettlement belong all Papa ground lo pogra. Long 2023 budget narpla 140 million kina ken he allocate lo despla work. So me look long copy long supplementary budget long here. Asking belong me ami golsen. Na me reference him talk belong Prime Minister where time me meet one time all Papa ground lo Hilton Hotel. I me talking all also government by give him sampla 700 million kina plus. He go long. Help him resettlement belong all. People belong Yumi or Papa ground long poker. Inap minister he talk sawe long house. There's la more than 300 million kina we time pogra I pass yet na people belong Papua New Guinea sacrifice. Na he give him go long. Halevi mol Papa ground lo Yumi lo have lo resettlement belong all. One him something he come up lo this big la have money way. House he broke him finish na give him long all. Inap minister he talk sawe please. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
The Honourable Minister for Mining.
Thank you. I thank the Governor. Maybe I'll get a big brief for you tomorrow for the expenditure of these funds and all this, because at the moment I can't give. I had funds gone this way, but the expenditure part of it, and by mixing detail through law on work line Bomina, I'll come back to you. Thank you.
I'm asking on behalf of the landowners in Pogra. I'm not asking for my benefit. I'm asking
For their benefit. Thank you.
Thank you. I think the Minister has made it clear that he will come back to you on the report on that. Honourable members, we have another supplementary by the Governor, so I'll allow for you that. That will be the last supplementary on this question.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Allow him. Milo Makemas to people of Milo Western Province, especially online will live along the Strickland River. Lo ask is the supplementary. Supplementary blo mi emosem. Mi harem talk win osem. Although inside the CDA agreement, only including segment 1, 2, na 3 blo. Online sleep blo wara. Now line blo mi amol sleep blo segment 4, 5, na 6, na 7. Lo inside the benefit agreement, benefit arrangement, lo CDA agreement, online lo milo Strickland, na Fly River where, online lo, all mining lo pogera lo kim, PPL dumping all Devins lo, wara lo Strickland, all putila lagay na biani wara kamda na boom anten Strickland, na Strickland kam boom anta Fly River na goram. So me harem da tokin so mila kaskim. Me like Toxalas la house, na people of PNG na, lo minister to osem. One justification only use him lo, exclude him. Online Bamila Western Province lo, non stop inside lo sla. CD agreement. Because people lo mine, na effect lo mine, na mi blo line lo wara, mi lo film. Na mi film osem mi no fair lo mi lo ban na stop inside lo sla. CD agreement lo inside lo benefit land. Me by giving him la. Me by giving him some la. Analogy law, making people understand. Antabla wara.
Honourable Governor, I would ask you to make that short and to the point of a supplementary question, because I was about to rule that question out of supplementary because it's like a new question.
Okay, thank you. So, just to give you some tintilo, you including me. MSM, Antala Mountain, where I am, run fast. Na I'm come down osem. I'm come down, but tamlo lahap mi bla kam lem. Wara I'm flat, so I'm sleep lahap. So kada waste ibla trauma lantave I'm punan lahap na stop. So my people need to be deserve to be recognized and given more benefit than what is people living up the upstream the river needs to be supposed to kiss them. So me like some you will include Molain Bamila Western Province. Thank you to Rentaso.
The Honorable Minister for Mining.
Okay, me to talk thank you long Governor of Western Province. I'm Sabla all asking you and me need look sim Sabla good update that come back to you because some seems me starting working up law now and me no been kissing Sabla legally update also me sawe abi stop lo wara na kaino center so law benefit side me no clearly click so by me can come back to you long tomorrow. Thank you.
The Honorable Member for North Bougainville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to Masken. Me got one pla ask him, but me ask him go along Minister of Communication, na member of South Bougainville. Me like him too by I mean no one talk system and Minister of Lomia. Thank you.
Order.
Thank you. Me like him too by regional member of Lomi, and by take note long ask him by me raise him detail of morning. Thank you to Masami. Go along communication, lo passing the talk, lo radio. I think Minister Blomi, na to colleague Blomi lo Bougainville, no gute mo go luluk taso lo stretim radio station lo nar plahap na ilusting ting lo mouse plong san kamap. I'm smile, Minister Blomi smile. So Minister, one bell stop. Last week taso me hosting one good festival long North Bougainville. Me bringing radio station lo yumi kam. Now we had him plenty good talk na plenty good plan used to one time. Ask him, how about you mistreat him this short wave frequency, na medium wave frequency, Minister, walk this time. To me, like him through by, you may give him support to go along one radio station, that's all. Minister, radio station, you may reply him start along North Bougainville, so it's only fair. Me raise him a question because electorate blow me and me house in Radio Bougainville blow you me one bell through as a former radio person. Me look him all work man blow me walk about he go come na bell me pendiglik me have him all long this 1 week blow coconut festival me like him but you put his sample more money go inside. Now me ask him is like government knock on one side na you pull him got money go side but you minister give my support to the minister and a member of South Bougainville. Number one, all the work machine belong all line inside long studio blow you me you know come up good to us. I'm not shy to actually say this. And Minister blow me as an ordinary member, I'm able to raise this on the floor of the Parliament of Papua New Guinea. Me like him all get the machine where all news na radio now when him something come up long me like him but we give him some support. The team is only using one laptop. The team sample time by Kalaplo Taxi. Inoga Fuel, I've helped them along the way as well. Me talk thank you, Minister, for you taking note. Me like him to regional member to take note as well. That is the only radio station where Mr. all the talk belong. As we speak right now, Mr. Speaker, Deputy Speaker, Emily had him again, Parliament sitting long radio. So me talk again, and me ask him again, go long Minister, not to colleague Blomi inside of Bougainville. Me like him, you have him good through Radio Bougainville. Me like him, you fund him all good. Suppose you fund him all line, that's all. You must talk him all. We are the only radio station inside Bougainville. Me like him, but you fund him all good through headphones, to two-way radios, also to laptops. Me like him through, but you put him sample good money. You go inside long only radio station. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Minister.
Minister for Information, Communication, Technology.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thank you, long good member of North Bougainville, raising this question. I come long me like talk of some NBC and one all institute long Papua New Guinea. And we've been kirap one time this country. In fact, in 1973, NBC, Australian government have been handing
become long Papua New Guinea government, long independence, long 1975. Now this station, over 50 years now. This year, 58 year long operate inside the country. Now NBC, broadcast long all the provinces inside the country. Before he got 19 provinces, he got 19 radio stations. Now he got something also 22 provinces, and we operate on 22 provinces. In a long time ago, finish, we set him up NBC Hela, na NBC Jiwaka. Now to this organization, we fight hard strong yet. The government, the look sabe na give him more money come. But we can keep him back all this radio station where all people belong to me, long country only rely on information, long sabe long one something government he make him, provincial government, the national government, the local level government he make him, long salim or talk to the most remotest areas inside the country. Now me, by son of Natok here also, I'm doing my very best, my utmost best, looking for the whole of this country, the NBC radio stations only broadcast with whatever little money and government is giving me. Now me cry yet long money, long government he must put him some more money go on top long NBC. Long budget lo this year, me plan no simul kita funding lo me pla. Same again, not one kind yet. All the time putting money lo PIP one me plan no simul kita. And we are running, a radio station, a government radio station, like it was nothing at all. Let me semlo this blah.
Thank you, Minister.
Me like talk out straight. Me no man lo talk about lo buso one. Me talk straight. Long side, long radio Bougainville. Bougainville, let me rely on this radio station. Let me like talk. Thank you, member of North Bougainville. Me too no passing talk. Now me asking me question. But it has been a question that has to be asked. Yes. Now, me and my master say me ask him. In a long time ago, finish me building one 50-meter tower long NBC Bougainville. Now me put him this new A2D analog. You go long digital, and me put him run him out long the top of country. So far, 10 provinces. No first phase, second phase by 12 provinces. Now me put him this long looking more same. All people long me of Bougainville. As far as Haku, you go get along Pororan, now island all same. Go down on Saposa, I go down on Torokina. I go get along South Bougainville must receive him. Signal long NBC Bougainville. And so, time people working this or Narba equipments, for some question I ask him. And all this all equipments people are not losing thing. Long plan long me plan to work in new radio station, new building, whereby me can put in television Bougainville na radio station one time. So that me can bring him in on new equipments. So member of me not Bougainville na all get members of parliament, me no losing thing long radio station below you, long province below you. But please, me like him, help him blow you too. Me like him all governors from all provinces lo sign him agreement to them NBC. Because this all NBC staff lo province blow you. Now I'm staffed by you yet, you can help him long, fund him too. Long run him on this radio station. Me sabol also me got on black car and sabos lo go long NBC Bougainville. Me no show why na this black car no go yet. Me got little funding and me like to thank you long, government long. Peter O'Neill long before even approving some funding long Hela, Juaka na Bougainville. Now this 4 million tasol. And for some time, me plak kisim this na me block long schedule this money go come. No time long isim some long this burdens. Me plak got long this radio station. But it's work in progress. Member, me plak by continue the work. Me no stop long up. Na something or some big plak talk em some. Em radio station belum itu pula. Na bela yumi lo Bougainville, mi no losing thing. Mi bela by continue lo work long en. Na mi bela by continue lo make sure. And we support him ABG. Now people lo Bougainville long disseminate him good play information. You go long all people below yumi. Thank you.
We have a supplementary, Honorable Governor for
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, me asking Blomiam, Nicola Brata, me like to thank you, Loem, long emo quanta me, lo last time, lo strengthen communications, lo NBC, inside of Gulf Province. The so long, one asking, and lo interest from all members, where maybe like him, easy communications. Now I'm Starlink. Starlink and all Karmi come inside here. So asking me, Minister Mosen.
Honorable Governor, is that a supplementary question or you're asking a new question?
No, supplementary.
Starlink is not in the question that the Honorable Member for North Bougainville have raised.
So it's supplementary because it's his Minister for Communication.
I gave you an opportunity already, so go ahead.
Okay, thank you.
But honorable members, don't use the supplementary to ask and raise a new question.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. So this is for the benefit of everybody in Papua New Guinea. We want cheap communications. So what is the problem you have as minister and as regulator in allowing Starlink to come into this country and for members of parliament to buy it and have it installed, especially in the districts that are cut off from our normal network and which buy or pay very heavy price for Digicel and for the other communications. Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Long Governor Blong Gulf Province, Senior Blomi. Thank you, Long this supplementary long case Long Starlink. Me no nablo talk too much because I'm start block court. I'm start before block court now. Me play like him by court he make decision long display. Long tinting Blomi na long advice me kisim long all expertise Blomi or expert engineers na. Online stop look lo display more some Starlink kami important lo country now we can come inside but he got something me come up so me pla put him lo code lo display time now me pla wait him yet. I know there are people using Starlink right now along all up lo country and then they are using that illegally. Me like talk saver sem me pla no give him yet regulator nikta no give him toko right yet long. Now give him license long Starlink yet. So by me losing also thank you Governor me can story one to me na story mo yet behind. Thank you.
The Honorable Governor for Western Highlands.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. My question this morning. Question without notice, I would like to ask the Minister for Police, my good Minister for Police. I'm trying to ask you this question is for the police recruitments. We've heard yesterday and the day before yesterday in Parliament, so much has been said about law and order in this country. In my province, I am taking law and order seriously with my the 3 members of my province. Most of my budget is going to law and order, and we always working very, very closely with the police on the ground. The PPC I have in my province is very effective, and all the police there. Western Islands Province, as you all know, it's the face of the islands provinces, and we have so much law and order in Western Islands Province and nearby provinces, but because of the effectiveness of our police work in the province is minimizing a lot of problems. And our member for Hagen-Open, the Minister for State-Owned Enterprises, myself, we bought about 11 police cars and gave it to police. And we are doing a lot of things for the police. Even though I have given one of our provincial government buildings, apartments, and some of the new police recruits are accommodated there as well, just lately recruited, pass outs. But now my question now, seriously, I'm asking this to the police minister, is the recruitment part of the police. The police recruitment is very, very important. And we've seen on the media that the police officers who are doing the recruitment, they were giving themselves among the recruitments. And that has to be known by this parliament. I think we need to know the recruitment part of the police. All these police cases are very, very important. The police that we recruit now, they have to have discipline. They will have to know, like, police investigations, and all this is becoming very, very important now. Law and order is very big in this country, and it's only the police will enforce all this. So the police recruit part of it is very, very important now. So I would like to ask our minister, you are doing some very good things about the police. So far, there are some improvements in police, as I can say. In Western Islands Province, we have two Australian federal police advisors now. We do not have that in our province, but now one good thing is, I think you are doing is we have two police, Australian federal police advisors are now staying in the province. And our police station and our single barracks, there are some work and there are some improvements in the police too. But the recruitment part is very important. And
Honorable Governor, you make your statement short and ask your question.
Thank you. The recruitment of that is very important. That problem that came up in the recruitment, can the police minister explain to us? I saw one of the police senior officers was terminated too for this. Thank you.
The Honorable Minister for Internal Security.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Firstly, me talk bigla, talk thank you na luksave lo Governor long Yumi long Western Highlands, Honorable Wairapa. I also want to appreciate your continuous intervention and support long USIM Liklik, support long PSIP Blue in collaboration with your other members of Parliament through your DSIP. The efforts of law and order needs collaboration from all of us, both at the provincial leadership and at the district leadership. So I appreciate. I also want to just highlight that you have a very good PPC, John Songom. I believe he has done a great effort in terms of working closely with your Law and Order Committee and your district leaders, including yourself, Governor. So I appreciate your interventions and support in this space. The situation that arose at Bomana College was very unfortunate. As you know, Deputy Speaker, the institution demands control and command, and where there arises issues within the organization, there are processes that each individual officer has to take in order to address the challenges, or if there are situations that arise that needs the attention of their supervisors. And therefore, that particular situation is very unfortunate. It could have been addressed in a more amicable process in terms of using our own internal processes to address, as opposed to the way it was handled. So it was very unfortunate. Let me reassure this House, our good people of Papua New Guinea, that when this government took
the responsibility to initiate our recruitment, one of our biggest challenge was pasin blo yumi Melanesia na yumi can talk. This la challenge blong nepotism na wantok na barata na susa was one of those key elements that we wanted to stay away from, and therefore we outsourced that. We outsourced the recruitment. And it's the first time we've actually done that sort of exercise to outsource, and it was very stringent. The measures took to identify good men and women out in our country. And it was a significant number of men and women that participated to apply to get an opportunity to be recruited. And it was very stringent. We went through drug testing. We made sure we collaborated with the education department to ensure that certificates that were provided, we had the standards officers also part of the recruitment process. We made sure that there were also, as I said, we had a random drug testing to ensure there were no evidence of marijuana in their blood or any form of drug in their blood, so to speak. So we collaborated with important institutions to ensure that all applicants were, had standing, had integrity, and the best were the ones that we took carriage of. And now, before the end of June, we should have, of next year, 2025, we should have almost 1,000 coming out of the Bomana Training College. We've not only improved with in terms of the recruitment processing and the different interventions at the police force or at the police training college in terms of training. We've allowed the recruitments to also have other access to other programs. We have cadets now. We have 60 cadets also, part of the training college. The training college is also a national training college, certified training college, which means that we also run other programs besides what we are training to become police men and women. We have access to diploma programs. So the training college is not necessarily training policemen and women, but we are training men and women that can fit into middle management should they wish to pursue other careers besides being policemen and women into the future. And that's something that is part of our modernization, part of also our capacity building right across the public service. My good Governor, I acknowledge that you have highlighted the intervention of the Federal Police, Australian Federal Police. Again, that's part of our intent to help capacity at the provincial level. We will have 15 new Commonwealth workers that we've opened up that will come into our middle management, and we will be using, or we'll be trialing out Enga province as the first instance to have the first 5 recruitment inside the Commonwealth countries to be inserted into our operational or at the admin level in Enga province. Those are some of the interventions. The BSA, the bilateral security agreement that we recently signed, it was to help us also improve with our infrastructure, and that's why, as you highlighted in Mount Hagen, we've started working on your barracks. That's part of Australia's support to us, apart from the capacity support. We've got, at the Highlands region, we've got Mount Hagen starting off. We've got over here at Bomana, we're extending the Bomana Training College where we'll have more recruits coming in. And also in East New Britain where we have similar barracks being improved and the capacity of the Australian Federal Police inserted into our operational team in East New Britain. But overall, Governor, in terms of our recruitment, I want to assure you and our people of Papua New Guinea, we are ensuring that we fast-track the the numbers that is needed for us right across the country. And I highlighted it 2 days ago, Loyumi, Longol Province, where Yumi got MOU, police mi create team now, mi tok thank you lo sampla all leaders below me lo opposition, only reach out lo mi pinis, lo Yumi sign him quick MOU below Yumi. So before we go to Christmas, Yumi try lo sign him all MOU, so mi can help him establish 100 reservists per province or per district. So that should equivalent to around 9,600 immediately. So one time this me hope me answer him good question belong Governor. Thank you.
Honourable members, our question time has lapsed. Leader of Government Business.
Deputy Speaker, I ask leave of Parliament to move a motion without notice.
Is the leave granted? Leader of Government Business.
Deputy Speaker, I move that so much of the standing orders be suspended as would prevent notice numbers 110, 103, 111, and 94 government business being called on forthwith.
The question is the motion be agreed to. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Minister for Police. Sorry, Clerk.
Notice number 110, Minister for Police.
The Minister for Police.
Mr. Speaker, I present the Counter-Terrorism Bill 2024.
Clerk.
First reading. A bill for an aid to make provision for maintaining the internal security of Papua New Guinea by providing measures for combat terrorism and terrorist activities, and B, to report the Internal Security Act, or to repeal the Internal Security Act 1993, and C, for related purposes.
Minister for Police.
Mr. Speaker, I ask leave of Parliament to move the second reading forthwith.
Is the leave granted? Minister for Police.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill be now read a second time.
Make your speech.
Honourable members, today I present to you the Counter-Terrorism Bill 2024, a comprehensive legislative framework designed to address the evolving threat of terrorism in Papua New Guinea. The emergence of violent acts of terrorism across sections of our society is unacceptable. Those that profit from the misery of violence and acts of terrorism must be held to account. This bill clearly denounces such reprehensible actions and holds to account those who support or benefit from such wanton violence. This bill provides the tools needed by our police force to proactively prevent, mitigate, and respond to such terrorism-related threats. This bill is not about developing policies or papers. It is about giving our police force the tools, the powers, and the protection they need to effectively combat acts of terrorism, to preserve peace and good order, and to enforce the law in an impartial and objective manner. The Counterterrorism Bill 2024 represents a significant step forward in our national security strategy by consolidating resources and expertise. The bill enhances operational effectiveness of our counterterrorism efforts and establishes a coordinated national response to contemporary security threats. The bill comprises of 7 parts and 41 sections, each meticulously crafted to address terrorism-related concerns. It repeals the Internal Security Act of 1993, reintroducing key provisions while remedying past shortcomings. Our objective is to balance national security with respect to constitutional rights, ensuring our legal framework is both modern and compliant with human rights. Firstly, the establishment of the Counterterrorism Joint Security Task Force is a key component of this bill. This dedicated body will centralize coordination of counterterrorism activities, improving responsiveness, strategic awareness, and operational effectiveness. Under the command of key security personnel from both police and defense force, it will coordinate integrated and effective security response to terrorism. The Counterterrorism Bill empowers police and authorizes officers with enhanced investigative, surveillance, and enforcement powers. These modern tools are essential for preemptively disrupting modern terrorist threats, investigating acts of terrorism, and prosecuting those who fund, support, incite, or commit to such reprehensible acts. The bill provides necessary legal protection to members of police force, the Counterterrorism Joint Security Task Force, and authorize officers for any actions or omissions made in the performance of their duties under the Act. This protection is crucial in ensuring that officers can carry out their duties without fear, particularly in high-risk, fast-moving situations where decisions must be made quickly to prevent terrorism threats and protect the public safety. The bill provides statutory basis for members of the police force and authorize officers to use force in carrying out their duties under the Act. This provides members of the police force and authorized officers with the necessary powers to act in dangerous or life-threatening situations while maintaining accountability for the excessive or unjustified force. The bill requires governmental bodies, telecommunication providers, and financial institutions to assist law enforcement in preventing and responding to terrorism-related offenses. Responding to the threat of violent terrorism requires a whole-of-country approach, and this bill ensures that every aspect of our institution supports law enforcement in making our communities safe. We recognize the importance of proscribing organizations and declaring prohibited areas to maintain public safety. This bill provides effective legal mechanisms to prevent terrorist organizations from operating within our borders and to secure areas at risk of terrorist activity. The offenses and penalties outlined in this bill are designed to criminalize and denounce acts of terrorism decisively by imposing stringent penalties, including life imprisonment for severe offenses, we send strong message that terrorism has no place in our peace-loving society. Moreover, the bill mandates the highest level of accountability through annual reporting on the use of specific investigative powers, ensuring transparency and governmental oversight. This will help maintain public trust and ensure that our counter-terrorism efforts are effective and appropriate. Lastly, the bill includes provisions for the forfeiture of assets used in terrorism-related offenses, thereby cutting off resources that could be further terrorist activities. The transition from the Internal Security Act of 1993 to the Counter-Terrorism Bill of 2024 is structured to ensure that legal consistency, clarity with regulations and directives remaining in the effect until new ones are issued. Honourable members, the Counter-Terrorism Bill is a robust and essential piece of legislation to address the wanton violence that is terrorizing sectors of our nation and to safeguard our nation's security. I urge you to support this passage so we can better protect our citizens and our way of life.
The Honourable Minister for Fisheries.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I thank the good Minister for Police for bringing this bill in. As our population grows and the misuse of social media is within our country, and foreign ideologies are pushed onto our rural communities, they start to believe that they can do what foreign countries can do. Criminals, terrorists within our own country have advanced, but our laws are still the same. They're still the same. And with this counter-terrorism bill, which I wholeheartedly support, gives a structure and a base that we can allow them to go and mitigate and make sure that the terrorist actions that happen in our country are taken care of. And when we amend something or make a new policy that involves our own people, we all complain that law and order is a big issue in our country. Most of us are from rural areas, and we see things now that we've never seen before. Traditions are no longer respected. The Melanesian culture of respecting our elders is gone. This is why this bill is important. This is why this bill needs to be supported holistically by everybody, so that when we come here, we change from always complaining about law and order and making things right for our communities. So with that, thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Amburi-Traikiki.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I stand to debate on these bills that have been brought before the Parliament. I read from the paper that I prepared. Honourable Speaker, I stand here today about the government's proposed change to the criminal code and the introductions of counter-terrorism bill. While I stand the intention to make our country safer, we need to look closely at whether these changes will work, if they can be enforced, and if they truly solve the problems that we face. Mr. Speaker, what is PNC's definition for terrorism? Before we pass this law targeting the terrorism, we must ask, what is Papua New Guinea's definition for terrorism? How do we distinguish terrorism from common criminals? Are domestic terrorism, the terrorists, the gun-wielding warlords in the highlands, the merchandise-wielding groups of terrorizing the coastal communities, or the pirates riding the waters in Millennium? Without clear definition, how do we ensure that this legislation doesn't unfairly target ordinary people or those involved in localized conflict. This distinction is critical. Common criminals commit acts of violence for personal gain or out of desperation, while terrorists often have border political or ideological goals. If we do not make a clear definition, we risk misusing the term terrorist and apply these new powers inappropriately. Mr. Speaker, or Deputy Speaker, what these changes will affect? The government says the law will help police deal with terrorism more effectively. But we must ask, will these laws effectively work? The police have already spoken about the challenges they face, such as organized crime groups, local violence. However, making new laws without fixing underlying issues like poverty, poor education, poor lack of basic services will not solve the problem. Terrorism does not happen on its own. It needs address the reason behind it, not just to react on it. Mr. Speaker, can this law be enforced? Papua New Guinea has a long history of laws that sounds good and proper, but unenforced properly. These new laws gives police greater power, including the use of lethal force in some institutions. But without proper training, resource, or oversight, how can we must trust that these powers will be used fairly and effectively? Police have already said that they need more resources, better tools to handle the grouping complexity of crime. Without investigating in our police force, through thorough training, proper funding, these new laws will likely sit unused, just like many other laws before them. What progress have we made on terrorism? Despite years of promises, we have seen very little progress in the fight against terrorism. The government's pushing for this counter-terrorism bill seems like a quick reaction to recent violence, even a well-thought, planned-out plan. The Prime Minister has said these changes will give police wider range of powers. But where's the evidence that will make this law work? Our borders remain poorly managed. Our criminals continue to use new technologies to evade detection. These challenges require smarter solutions, not just from laws that are difficult to enforce. Mr. Speaker, can these powers be misused? The new laws also raise concerns about abuse of power. They allow more surveillance, longer detentions, greater use of force without strong safeguard. There's a real risk these powers should be misused to target innocent people or silence critics of the government. Mr. Speaker, we've been seeing in other countries how much laws can be used to restrict freedom other than protect them. Do we have enough protections to place in to stop that from happening in Papua New Guinea? Will this be just another unenforced laws? Mr. Speaker, it is important to remember that Papua New Guinea passed many laws in the past that were never enforced properly. Without fixing the weaknesses in law and in how our governance and how our police operates, these changes will likely to end up just another unenforced law. What should we do, Mr. Speaker? Instead of enforcing or focusing on making new laws the government should make or should take broader approach to improve security, which includes 1, investing in education and job. Many people return to crime or violence because they have no other opportunities. By improving education, creating jobs can tackle the root causes of the terrorism. Number 2, Mr. Speaker, supporting the police, our police force needs proper training, better equipment, and enough funding to do their job. Without this, no law will make a difference. Number 3, working together across the agencies. Terrorism is a complex issue that requires teamwork between police, defense, and intelligence agencies. Right now, these groups do not work well together, and this needs to change. Number 4, Mr. Deputy Speaker, building community trust. Local communities are the key, spotting and stopping threats before they grow. The government needs to engage with people and build trust instead of just sending police with more powers. In conclusion, honorable members, while we agree that terrorism is a real threat that must be addressed, we must also ensure that our resource is practical and fair. Passing laws is easy, but enforcing them and solving the big issue is much harder. If the government is serious about protecting our people, we must focus on the real situations, like strengthening our police force, fixing the broken system, and supporting communities rather than rushing through new laws that make more harm than good. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Ijibitari.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think in this House, we have been arguing about law and order in this country. Every time we come and sit here, we talk about nothing but law and order. And so I think we should not argue too much if this bill is supposed to enhance and to ensure that these law and order issues are executed in this country. I, for one, was shot at. My vehicle was shot at while coming back from my electoral visit. And it is real. Some of you members run around with, police escort. Some of us, we don't. It's supposed to be a free country. And we're supposed to move around freely without being intimidated or being fearful about our lives. And therefore, this issue is very, very serious. We continuously talk about, human rights. We talk about, this type of ideologies, these issues that are in reality doesn't happen out there on the ground. Today we cannot walk around freely. Our children, our women cannot walk around freely. Not in the cities only, but in the villages also. And so this issue is very, very critical. And the second issue is the issue about our very limited policemen and women who are executing their duties. And in the process of executing their duties, on the spur of the moment, time rascal shoot law, now react, now shoot him. They are all referred to court. They are not protected. Right now, as I speak, about 5 or 6 of my policemen or our policemen in the province have been arrested, just last week, in Northern Province, by the other unit. They had to go down from Port Moresby to Oro Province to arrest them because they retaliated. Now shooting rascal who said he shoot old man, kill people. And in the process of defending themselves, now they are arrested. And so we got to start creating laws that will also protect us individuals and protect the law enforcers, protect the policemen in the dispensation of their duties. And so I think it's about time we have talked enough. And so if this bill is put here, and if it is to protect all of us, and if it is to protect our Papua New Guineans are becoming very, very smart. And as time changes, a lot of these young people now have access to YouTube, they have access to this latest technology. That they are moving, they are sitting down and doing nothing but watching YouTube all day long, looking at the different ways of how to commit crime. And they have advanced, and we cannot continue to sit down and think that our young people have not advanced in their mind. We got to be counter-active in handling these issues. We got to be smart. And so because of that, I want to thank the Minister for bringing this bill to Parliament. Let's talk constructively and let's get this thing done, because with law and order issue in this country, I think we are sitting on a time bomb. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Governor for Southern Highlands.
Deputy Speaker, me too contribute to this important bill and stuff before you meet the Parliament. Firstly, me commending Minister for bringing this very important bill that will shape the future of this country. Now, me commending government too. I think this bill is important. You mean by passing, but me come to this region where national security is being threatened from my province. I think me talking country also. If we don't deal with this matter in terms of implementation and dealing with the cause of this, the country is gone. We are promoting in my province warlords, criminal warlords with guns. That is holding my administration and government at ransom. Whom do I run to? I'm not a man with a Crown's uniform. I'm a civilian, but leader. The Crown's uniform has the power to arrest. If there is no arrest, I am helpless. Who is bringing guns in my province? The elites. Who are the elites? Secretaries, departmental heads, educated people from Southern Islands, members of Parliament. We are promoting warlords on one hand. You may have been man block, still man, krabus man, karem gun, hire him all working fight lo here, protect him, clan blow me, protect him, land blow me. So the gun culture has gone skyrocketed, where the nation of this country is headed ransom. We are sitting on a time bomb. Who said Karim Gun come long? Southern Highlands, for example. Who said Karim come lo enga? Lo hela, you blow yet seven, you blow one leader. Now all 7 man. This is the reality, let's face it. Is this the way we want the country to go? It's not a joke. We are going into 50 years. You're holding the national security and the progress of this country at ransom. Arem, proposal lo Poroma TVWAN College. Bisalim kamlong government, through the minister, through the police. 10 hectare ground staff, PNGL and give me 27 classroom all in one, admin block. Me to Kisim donors build a police college or national youth college in this secret land, where you can work in police recruitment and defense recruitment lo display. And now defense police minister Karim display important come. Classroom when them 10 hectare land provincial government on him, and seen them nothing. Bring your intelligence training out there and fix this country's important matter of national importance. Get the arrest done. Bring the courts so there is dispensation of justice. Police will not come and do an arrest if the courts are not there to prosecute. I think Minister, me commending you. I commend you. Ganem Kamlu said, me member na, me educated line support him. Buy him and give him no transmission, no protect him. And we are making a national issue. Isn't this correct? You are holding the country's progress and ransom at ransom. No one will come and fix it. Get the arrest done. One plus you me talk. You member support staff ya. Oh Lord ya, you me fund him na support him ya. Who's that become straight him? Don't pretend. They're holding the government at ransom in Southern Highlands. I am not a man with a uniform to go and deal with them. I want one area you miss have a pinisa so address him this floor consent before you lose this country. Come out, talk straight, support the minister, deal with this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Abao.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I commend the good Minister for Police for bringing this Counter-Terrorism Bill 2024 and wish to also participate in the debate. Firstly, looking through the bill, I can't find the clear definition in this bill of what is terrorism. There is no prescription or no definition of terrorism in this bill. And so, what are we talking about? I want to go to the definition of terrorism in Google. And is that what we are talking about?
Honourable Member, we have a point of order. A point of order, Minister of Government Affairs.
I'm sorry to interfere, the good member for Abao, but the good member said there's no definition of the terrorism in the proposed bill. I'd like to assist him and make reference to Section 2. Section 2 of the proposed bill provides the definition of what a terrorism is. Thank you.
Honourable Member, I'll allow the Honourable Member for your point of order.
Thank you, Minister. I was going through it, so I didn't see it, so I was, but that's good. I apologize for that. The two issues that I want to debate in clarifying that matter, thank you very much, and that is the provision in Section 7 and Section 8. That provision in Section 7 and 8 reads this way. One, the issue of unauthorized officers. This provision in 7.1 says the minister may, upon advice of the Commissioner of Police, determine a person, group of persons, or class of persons to be an authorized officer for the purposes of this Act. And Section 8 follows that, which says that the Commissioner of Police may give directions to an authorized officer. My issue is the issue of politicizing the police force. We have many experiences in the country of, for example, in this event, in this issue, constitutional office holders whose jobs are very clear, but they are highly compromised. And so I would strongly recommend an amendment to this Section 7 of this bill. And that is, rather than the minister upon advice, that the Commissioner of Police appoints the authorized officers. And he must direct them as per the provision in Section 8 of this bill. Why do we have to have the minister involved in this important structure? It's an operational matter. Why do we have to allow the minister to get approval of an authorized officer whose job is very well prescribed? So I strongly recommend an amendment to this, and my recommendation is that rather than the minister may, upon advice, the commissioner has the power to determine a person or a group of persons or a class of persons to be an authorized officer. And therefore, it will make provision 8, where the commissioner needs to direct, and because non-compliance will mean 5 years of imprisonment of the authorized person as per the penalty provided in Section 8 and 2 of the Act. So, Deputy Speaker, I think there is a little bit of political influence, and we always argue, look, let us stop political interference in these important constitutional offices. And I support this bill because it's about time we bring it. But unfortunately, my other argument is when you look at the composition of the special task force, they're basically the same people who are ineffective now.
Yes.
Commissioner of Police, his 2 deputies, already highly compromised. So we need to go back and relook at how can we stop influencing the Commissioner of Police? How can we politically not interfere with the operations of the police force? So I strongly recommend that we as a legislator look at this important issue of not compromising the constitutional office holders, judges, police commissioner, electoral commissioner. You can rank them all the way down. Let us have a structure in law to not to influence anyone, Prime Minister or Minister of Police or Minister of Defense Force or Minister for Public Service or anybody who influences this. There are penalties provided. That to me is very, very important, and I wanted to highlight that because under so many governments, and including this government, I have seen so much political interference, and this is reflected in these provisions in Section 7 and 8. So, Honorable Deputy Speaker, through the Minister for Police, I strongly recommend that you review this and bring an amendment at a later time. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for Wabek.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the good Police Minister for this bill. I think it's about time this bill came to this floor. Apart from the little concerns being raised here, it's those provisions have been put in the Constitution to make sure that the executive power is being diluted. And one of that is through the provision of constitutional office holders. We should allow them to operate independently. I want to talk a bit on this bill this morning in regards to state-sponsored terrorism. I think state-sponsored terrorism is one of the biggest problems we have in this country. All of us are sitting here as very innocent people, but some of us are quite involved in this state-sponsored terrorism. Now you would wonder, one bullet from a high, those shotguns cost about 50 kina and 100 kina in places like Enga and Tari and these places up there. And you would wonder where those people in the villages are getting those money from to afford such ammunitions. Now, I'd like to thank the Police Minister for this law. As they say, faith without action is dead. You can write all the laws you want, but if you don't enforce them, you will still have the same status quo. Now, it's not really difficult. I gave you an example in my last speech. There is a state-sponsored terrorist right in the middle of Wabek. You don't need this bill to arrest that person. I've already laid a complaint. Now, what the government is trying to do is trying to make itself look good by bringing in all sorts of laws, but currently you are not enforcing law. There's no enforcement. You don't need new laws
to harass culprits on the streets. You don't need complaints to be put. The Constitution is quite clear. If you can see an offender on the street, the police has the duty to harass the person. It's as simple as that. Now, the rule of law is a fundamental principle that asserts that all individuals and institutions, including the government, are accountable to the law and the same law. This concept ensures that laws are applied equally and fairly, protecting individual rights and maintaining order in society. Now, let me just give you the 5 components of the rule of law. Number 1, it's equality before the law. The same law must apply to you and me and the person on the street. If you have a different set of special circumstances dealing with us in the parliament, the people on the streets will still get away with what they're doing because they will see the level of hypocrisy that we as leaders are exhibiting. Number 2, legal certainty. Now, plenty of time we are seeing some people being persecuted, and all of us from general observation, we think that that person should be behind the bars. But all those people seem to walk out. There's no certainty now. You don't trust the legal system anymore. Number 3, access to justice. Everyone must have equal access to justice. It means that the same law applies to everyone, and every individual, whether they're in some place in the isolated part in Myanmar or some other place, they must have the same access to law. Number 4, separation of powers. Different branches of government, whether it's the executive, legislative, judicial, must operate independently to prevent abuse of power. When you have one form of government infringing on the other, there is no longer the clear demarcation, delineation of power. People will no longer respect the rule of law, protection of fundamental rights. Now, the law must safeguard all the fundamental rights of all people, including us on the floor and including those who are outside. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the good police minister. I think he's been appointed during a time when the country is seeing unprecedented escalation of law and order issues, nothing of his doing. But it is showing us the deterioration in social structure that we have within this country. There was a time when the simple man on the street respected the police officer. There was a time when you can't wield your own gun and stand next to the defense force soldier. Right now, people are taking selfies of them holding their own guns and standing next to the defense force soldier. And I wonder what kind of country we are living in. Now, recently, one of our government vehicles got hijacked by a group of terrorists living in another electorate. Now, I had to send the defense force soldiers to recuperate that vehicle. Now, they have to ask me for big allowances because they say going to those very hostile environments, their lives are at risk and they want to be paid big allowances. I wonder who are actually harming those terrorists and who are funding those terrorists. Now, this country is being taken over by warlords. I'm telling you, it's quite difficult. In places like Yanga, it's quite difficult, and I'm pretty sure where the Prime Minister comes from, warlords have taken over certain corners of the province. You can't go there. Those are no-go zones. Now you wonder why Pogara remains closed, because there are warlords living there. So government has actually become quite weak in enforcement. My point this morning, Mr. Speaker, you can write all the good laws, but if you don't start enforcing law, you will be at the same place. If you don't enforce the same law for people in this law and those who are actually outside, fundamentally that law is flawed. Because basically, you're breaking the rule of law. The rule of law says there's one law for people in the parliament, there's one law for people on the street. Same law for everyone. So time you may make him, you may come up special, now you may not arrest him, you may. And now we are living in a Christian country. The principles of Christianity apply everywhere. Not only at your convenience. There is one God looking after us, and that God knows that if you are setting double standards, you know, cases will become real. So me like Kokomibla, you know, sooner or later, it will be very safe for our children to walk on the streets. It is unsafe now. It is very unsafe now. Sooner or later, for our families to just go and do a shopping, it will be quite unsafe. Now I'm unsafe finish. Right in the middle of the city, I used to see my one-talks on the island side were putting roadblocks when they're filling potholes. Now they're doing it right in the city. Tunnel area, there's a group of people who are filling potholes there and they're charging money. It is slowly creeping in. Not long they'll be putting roadblocks right in front of the parliament. Because if you don't address the small things, gradually it will hit into the society and you will have no country to live in. You must address him, Mr. Thank you, Police Minister. I thank you for the effort you put in. I think one other thing before I sit down, when it comes to appointment of PPCs, there's no one Adam Toktok governor. No can Adam Toktok governor. You appoint him, and then you performance appraisal them. When there is no one single arrest, you rouse him, Mr. PPC. I don't know what sort of performance indicators you set for PPCs. In a province where killings happening, people are coming into the police station and killing people inside the police station. It only happens in this country. When that happens, the PPC should be sacked immediately. When there's a tyrant living in town, chasing mothers out of the market, right in the middle of the town, that's the kind of country you are living in. Sack the PPC. Time you make him walk you. Time you make him walk you at. Country by safe. Now you are talking one something now. Behind time, but you are going to talk local leaders and making PPC. Yeah, incompetent. You know, you are appointing chronic PPCs. No wonder the country is going to the dogs. Don't politicize the police force. You know, politicize every other thing, but letting me protecting lives from ordinary people of village. Huh? Time you start making all this like something. By hard now. No that country. Thank you.
Minister for Communication.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Me stand long supporting this bill. This bill me very important long country belonging me long this digital age where you start long and today. Especially time technology work long go long high speed. Technology long today long world it's like a fast train. And me walk long go na you me walk long stop long horse na try long catching train. And that's a very important reality. You may need long lift him up standard long you may long way you may walk long look long this kind bill also. This bill where we talk through also and we require government bodies na telecommunication providers me like talk also no sector blow me. We will support. We will give everything possible that we can to make sure that this counter-terrorism law and we come up long country na we work one them long helping country belong you me long finding good placing down. This bill is timely as we step into the digital age today and into the future. As we all know and all of our leaders have spoken, that this country is so vulnerable to outside influences in threats and of course from internal threats, and most of you have expressed that. We can talk about the ongoing issues, but we need to realign and refocus with what is happening in today's world. What is something come up, and we have just seen, you know, people are moving drugs through our country. Only come inside Nago. We still don't have those equipments to monitor this kind of activities taking place. They're using our country as a also have long stop Nago long narapla countries or igo come long narapla countries. Minister is partnering with law enforcing agencies from the region, Australia, New Zealand, the US, and many other countries, long improving security belong you me inside long country belong you me. Now me got tribe support through this bill. We believe also as legislators, as people mandated to make laws for the country. You may can talk or something, you may look at me come up along police force. But we have to shift the focus. We have to realign ourselves. We have to really look at what is happening today and I be finding solutions to this way. So this bill is timely. It is important. I mean, stand up. Long appreciate him this bill. Na talk thank you. Na congratulate the minister. Na government long put him this bill long table long today. We can talk long end. We believe also with so much that is happening. And I go back to the honorable member for Ijivitari. who started talk long Facebook now, this kind something long technology long today. YouTube, Instagram, and all kind of technology also. Long on countries, they have banned WhatsApp. They have banned all these things, and I want to, ban all these things from Papua New Guinea too. We must do this. We must do it. It is spoiling the minds of our young people. All beginning blow you me. I'm going to bring a law to stop Facebook and social media from all 16-year-olds or 18-year-olds and down. By me banning all this stuff. That is important. That's a moral decay on country blow you me. We talk about being Christians. And you mean walking more is something looking more people blow you me, protect him more. All beginning blow me come sit down in parliament, lo hari me talk. What are we going to do for these young kids, these children, our future? We have to start putting strong laws now. We must not be afraid to make strong laws. Country blow you me, we Kirablo 1975, come up independent. You may look at change of government all at the time. You come. Now today you need no stability. We need a stable government and stable leadership. You me one, you me stable long electorate blame me, that's why people blame me, returning me long come back. Now Sinda no here no provide him stability inside of government. Now no country no this level of leadership. Again, I want to say and congratulate the minister for taking the bull by the horn and bringing this very, very important bill to the floor of this parliament. And I urge all our esteemed leaders to give support to this bill. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The Honourable Governor for his speak.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I know that, I want to thank the Minister for bringing a bill on this important matter. However, when we are dealing with important matters, we must not get emotional, because the decision we take, like for example, and I know we are all desperate for solutions, and it is this very desperation that is going to lead us down the wrong track. If you look at the definition of what we mean by terrorism in the Act, when I look at this definition, I can tell you right now that if the university students protested tomorrow on the street, they would qualify as a terrorist group under this definition. The students at university would qualify under this definition. We have to be responsible. You may like defining when something you may mean by terrorism, then let's define it properly. In this definition, I don't see tribal warlords being mentioned here. Our problem is with tribal warlords and organized gangs in a particular part of Papua New Guinea. Why don't we, Minister, I urge you, why don't you add that definition in here? Let's be specific. Amending past 10. Let's target the groups that we know are causing problems. No can put in one broad definition where right now, any of our student groups, they qualify as a terrorist group based on this definition. Now, I'm not going to stand here and support a new law that could endanger university students or trade unions for that matter. I don't think that's good enough. Who drafted this thing? How? Were enough groups consulted? Did we consult, for example, the trade unions in drafting this law? Who was consulted? Were the police consulted? Were senior policemen consulted in drafting this? Or did we just get a group of members of parliament, you may sit down and you may draft in this plan? We've got to be responsible in managing a country. Leaders, this is not a tucker box we are running. Me poreti alok passive kind law where you could, it's up to the minister to determine who is an authorized officer. My God, that's the second problem with this. You should take out members of parliament, politically influenced persons, entirely out of this bill. The police commissioner should not be taking instructions from anyone.
Very true, fundamental.
These are fundamental principles of law in a democratic country. We already know that Commissioner Manning is heavily politically influenced. We know that already. That's not good enough. He needs to be protected from political influence. You don't legislate political influence into a law. If you really seriously want something like this, then make it independent. Larin decision staff law, hand law, commander law, defense force na, police commissioner. Let them make the decision. They're the experts. With great respect to the minister, who I think is a good minister, he is not qualified as a law enforcement officer. Now, what happens if we decide to appoint a bus driver as a police commissioner, police minister? Are we going to hand this power of appointment to such an individual? I think that's irresponsible. We can't design a law and build in a flaw. That's irresponsible. Deputy Speaker, I want to support a law that actually will give us results. And let me ask another question. The thing we need to deal with the terrorists that are operating up in some of our parts of the country are special units and special training. The United States have been offering us special training at Quantico for our officers. Are we taking up those offers to have our people trained in some of the best places in the world? Hamaspla, policeman or defense force officers, you misalim go Peninsula America, lo kisim this training. Or by me passing law past them na. Behind you me by thinking whether we send our people there or not. What about police numbers?
Honorable Governor, we have a point of order.
Debates are very important. Some points raised by the Governor of Pacific and the other speakers. We are looking for the legislature here, and I'm the only one. I'm looking for it. I don't have it on my desk. Thank you. Because I like to see it. When they're discussing, we're going to follow it. Thank you.
Honorable Member for Kandeb, I'm sure that this bill has been circulated to all your desk 2 days ago. And if you don't have the copy, you look at it there. Honorable.
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Speaker. So, I think one of our primary roles as legislators is to ensure the correctness of laws, number one. And number two is to ensure that we protect some of the rights and freedoms that people currently employ. The simple reason being that, if you get a dictator in the seat of the Prime Minister, he could use this law And the opposition could qualify as a terrorist group under this definition as well. We qualify as a terrorist group right now. And I say again, Papua New Guineans are watching all of us on camera. They're watching us. So I urge us to be cautious. Yes, we are desperate for solutions. Nobody can deny that. You may all gotta like him solution law or law and order problems, but when it comes to terrorism, let's clearly define it so we know who this law targets. If we are going to target tribal warlords up in the highlands, organized gangs, then let's have that in the definition in section 2. Rausin, this broad definition you got where you can apply to any group right now and be specific with it, so that there is no confusion as to what we mean when we talk about a terrorist organization. The next thing is that we've spent what, 400 million so far building the capacity of the police force. What are the results of that, really? And we have another budget coming up, and I'm sure we're going to spend at least another 200 or 300 million, judging from the conversations that the government has been having. Surely we should show some results from the money we've already spent. I have not seen one toya of that money spent in Isipik to support my police officers. I have 160 policemen policing a province that's bigger than Israel in size. How am I supposed to do that? Maybe two provincial government support him, but the simple equation is that we don't have manpower. Time you to kina for kina, Isipik provincial government put him down 12 million kina, na mibla wait in national government local partner lo kina for kina. Mibla no looking mabla kina. Okada kina mas go away, I think hasta you are him some like sina. Some like nogad. So police minister, with great respect, I think you need to do a little bit more work. Now don't just come to us with a bill that is quite vague in some of its descriptions that could really qualify anyone as a terrorist, especially a lot of us sitting in the room and those who are in civil society. But at the same time, you've had 400 million or whatever number of extra money that's been given to the police force in the last 2 years. Surely you could have built special units, armed them properly. I see nothing here that authorizes specific tools for the special units of police or defense force who are going to actually go and operate. I think they should be specified in here. What sort of weapons, what sort of tactical gear, what sort of, are we going to give them drones, helicopters? There's got to be a specific thing in here that authorizes them how to operate these machines. You mean Nogatia?
We have a point of order. The Honourable Minister for Defence.
With due respect to the Governor of Isipik Province, some of the things that he is talking about are operational matters and it should not be discussed in Parliament. Thank you.
Honourable Minister, I think it's the rights of the member to discuss and debate on that. I'll allow him to debate if there's anything that is... Yeah.
We understand that Wambla Super Minister na me to thank you, Lord. But Mr. Speaker, we are talking about using lethal force.
Honourable Governor, we have a point of order.
I don't like the sarcasm. There is no super minister on this side, so can the good governor withdraw that statement, please? Thank you.
Honourable Governor, this point of order is in order. I'll ask you to withdraw the statement made.
Well, obviously, I'm pilim stretso. Me amamas lo withdraw him, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the point being, this bill authorizes the use of lethal force within our boundaries. And that's not a matter that should be taken lightly, whether by the defense minister or the police minister. It authorizes lethal force in the country. Surely, all get a member of the parliament, all need law. He got one blood neck inside law despla. Toko right long use him lethal force law country blowing how that force is supposed to be used. And that's not clearly defined here. It gives them huge latitude as to how they want to use these powers. And I think every member of parliament should be concerned about that. Yes, I want to see the terrorists taken down, especially these warlords that are targeting young women and girls. I've spoken on the floor about that, but I want to see you all do a good job of it. Don't bring in a half-baked law that is all over the place. Now, suppose you may pass him. My goodness, we don't even know if the police have the ability to operate this law. Law province Blomi. Police arrested 890 people and charged them, Putimo Lokarabus, in the last 6 months. I had a good member for Wabek say, not one single person has been arrested in his province. How is that possible? How is that possible? And you are bringing a law where I think should target people in his province, operators in his province. What gives the police special ability to make the arrest that they can't do now? What in this law gives them that ability? What special tools? Nothing. And you remember passing law and you remember but feel good or say, yes, we've passed another law. But then we are going to wait and then we are going to complain again 6 months later that nothing is happening. I don't think that's good enough. So respectfully, Mr. Deputy Speaker, me request of him, Minister, withdrawing this bill, go back now. Do some work on it and give us some background as to why it is you want to do things like this. Don't just bring the law. Give us the background to it. And then come and ask for the leaders of Papua New Guinea to give you the authorization so you can operate with the little force you need to bring safety and security to our vulnerable communities. But before that, you need to make some amendments to this bill, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Thank you.
Honorable Member for North Bougainville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Miharim Lotupla Saital Tok Tok, excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Miharim Tupla Sari Tok Tok, Planti Gupla Tok Tok, Miharim. Mipol Merila Tok Tok Tuya. Misindan Lohia na mi bel kaskastru Loharim Tupla Sari Tok Tok. Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Member, Speaker Luxawe, you finish.
Thank you. Thank you, Luxawe. Thank you, Tomas. Miharim Tupla Sari Tok Tok, and they're talking about themselves. All that I have come up with this ground, all that I have come up with this country, it's brought on by the men. And no one plama inside is parliament by talk mama, you don't talk right. Me harim na me talk, how many of us actually go back to our electorate and go and sit with our people? Now by you talk, all that I have come up on top of hub, all that I have come up on side, all that I have come up on backside. How many of us take time to go back to our electorate and sit with our people and look at what I'm can heavy work come out. Governor Blong is speak, and we talk lo planti group or something. Lo put him inside long this la bill whereby come up long starting planti heavy, it will come up inside long country blue you may. So this morning me sit down, me look him all young problem Bougainville too. This la passing long na order and me karma be more get the country. Missing down here, we are asking ourselves here. We have not come up with one answer as to how we are going to resolve the issues of law and order in the country. How we open talk Blomi? You play it inside long this parliament. They answer them all get heavy. It come up inside long country. There's only 3 women here. Only 3 Mary now you play all get all man. And I'm listening very attentively to what everybody is saying on the floor of parliament. Now you play talk one end, everybody is watching on TV. So far we've been listening to problem. You be talk long him. We know how to one problem, you better long put him come inside. How do we deal with the law and order issue in this country? How do we deal with that? You're talking about how much money we've given to the police. Now this money go come up inside long police station inside long Bugao. This money go come up inside long police station inside long Outback Street and me through no. So much money can be poured in. But what this country needs is leadership. What this country needs is leadership. What this country needs are people that are sitting in this parliament. Go back to place, you mean sit down. Now, Harim want him something, he will come up inside, long one ask place, you mean. Or get a heavy come up, you know, can come up here past them. Or get a heavy come up inside, long ask place, you mean. This morning, I'm listening to everybody talking about one plus bullet tasol M50 kina. All the high-powered guns that are being shipped into the villages. And yes, you're telling yourselves, how long come up? Usati walk long strong in this terrorism? Usa? Me no talk long me mama me no talk long you play it all money talk long inside long this la parliament. Brother blow me sit down. Make him back. Emi harim name talk long something come up today. Me just kiss him on top long one him talk and me walk him now me talk him now. You play talk long you play it now. So this is a bill where you me talk long him. Whether it's very vague or it's not vague. It is something that this nation, 50 years on, has to start looking at now. Has to start looking at now. You may talk long how much money we're putting into the police force. Plenty of time we never say thank you to the police force. We never say at least thank you to that woman and man in that blue uniform. How about police force in such long country walk good? Time you me yet leader man Merino give him support. How a police force inside long 22 provinces it make him walk long and make him up good. Time you yet leader no go sit down. One time PPC blow you inside long province blow you not talk long him. We are gluing ourselves in Port Moresby. Time long campaign again, but you me when I talk, I did this, I did that, I will do this. Me talk because me tripla merita solia. All that I walk, you walk come up. All that I walk, let's not be too harsh on ourselves. Let's not be too harsh on ourselves. We're 49 years, Mr. Speaker, going on 50. All the other countries that will judge Papua New Guinea and say you are the most corrupt. You are criminally infested. How was I judging you? Mean this country is a beautiful country. Mipal Mama Sakari player, and I will never want to hear anybody say PNG is not a good country. PNG is a beautiful country. Mipal Mama own this country. We give birth to all of you. And only you and I will make sure that this country is supposed to be the way it's supposed to be. Leadership inside the country, you may need the work one time. I want to see some people go back to your electorates. Go back to your electorates, please. You plug on a sindang mantin PPC blay you. You plug on a work one provincial government blay you. I guess what is happening in the country today is showing to us that only the man blang you pala waigani now mama blang pala waigani they are not here. It could be what's happening could be na only the man blang you pala mi puna sa looking all too. Mi puna sa harim all too. We only come here and talk about the law and order issues when we read about it.
Honorable member, you talk to the chair.
Sorry, Chair. Honorable Maravis is listening to me very attentively. So, Mr. Speaker, let me stand up and talk to you. All I'm saying is this. We need to ask ourselves what we are doing as leaders of this nation. This bill, it's only 2 page. Only 2 page. Yes, you come inside and I say this is not so good. We could add a bit more onto it. But, Mr. Speaker, if this is the way to go, it might be 2 page, but at least someone in his wisdom, at least this government and this parliament in their wisdom is saying we need to come up with something that by a counter acting all heavy work lo come up. Or kilimon malo so wara blomi lo bougainville. Mi bla basin down na mi bla mama by irausa my wara. We need a law that will have some teeth. Now, talk. There's only There are no wrong ways. There are no right ways. There's only workable ways. And if this government is coming up with a 2-page to say that we need to come up with something whereby Mr. Napim Naim talk, igat lolongem. Fine, it could be 2-page. But member, that's why we need. That's why we need TUPLA.
We have a point of order.
Point of order. What's your point of order?
Honorable member, last you receive your seat then. Honorable member, it's only the speaker who have the discretion to ask him what's the point of order. So, honorable member, what's your point of order?
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. My point of order, with respect to the good member for North Mogenbe, my point of order is that I just want to correct her. Correct her that she said.
Honorable member.
I wanted to correct her that she said it's a 2-page act for That's not true. What she's supposed to say is a 2-page speech, but it's actually 17 pages. So let me just correct you.
Honorable member, your point of order is in order. Honorable member, make your speech.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Member, thank you. Miga tupla paper 2-page na all get a pull-up stop. Mr. Speaker, me talk thank you also me allow me time by all get all brata blomilo here can harin. Me play Mary no sakama be maybe in salo country. Suppose me play kama be maybe could be 1% only. Me talk thank you through no can talk you. I'm still talking. Me ask him this la parliament. Lo you me sit down and at one time me like him tupla government, tupla opposition want them government. Instead let me throw my stone go come. 3 of us listen as women on this parliament. Please come up with a workable bill. Again, me talk. But you me finding law when I'm kind of happy. Usat sa working bill. Usat sa working law. This parliament is a working law. You may approve it. We approve bills, and then we've got a committee that will look at this bill. That's why we've got parliamentary committees. Their job is to look at this, fine-tune him, come up him good, pass him, tight him. Now suppose yes, we now have a bill. Yes, now we have a bill. Me talk thank you, Minister of the Police. Me talk thank you. Me talk thank you, long opposition. We need a vibrant opposition to be able to lead the government of the day. So me talk thank you. Long this la bill come up. Me talk again. Me plal Mary kisim big play heavy to mas too. Long hand people Mary or hand people ma. All kata picture no good sa come up long internet and people man supposed to. Put him neck blong, Franco go inside, na body blong narpla. This is what's actually happening here. Minister of Communication talk long. So these are the kind of things that we need to look at, and that's why we need, you may approve him this a lot. You may talk thank you long. You play talk because you play man. You play on a harim talk all Mary lo street, but you play harim, how all Mary ting. What all Mary ting. You may come pass him lo here, me harim lo street all Mary talk, you may must got law. By rouse him silkan something. You may must got law. Long by look out him sila heavy work come up. But me talk again, any law is any good. And back come up good pla. Suppose you may got this law enforcing agencies, it make him work. You may too stop law interfere. You may stop law interfere one time. You may make him musad become a police commissioner. You may make him musad become a PPC. You may make him musad become a police Mary, and make a good plan record no ka. And me fit go walk no ka. But me talk again, me congratulate him, police minister. Now this is like government blow you me okay. You may allow him this lokama bill. Yes, suppose he got lick holy stuff inside long him. That's where the committees come in. Walk blong lot talk all you may know been use him good play English to mass. I think so like English is no good play. I think you know inclusive. Maybe I mean out him too much when him ting blow this la terrorism bill me la come up one time. But me talk again, you can talk or write him when him bill come up here. It'll be fine-tuned by parliamentary committees. That's why we've got you make our committees also. Minister of the Police, this is a government. We work collectively as government. We have a vibrant opposition. We will have an opposition that will guide the government. Me play government you like him bisla, you may walk one time. Again, me talk as we approach 50 years as a nation. We're only 50 years. And let's not be hard on ourselves. Some time you use some law belong online where we are using some laws that didn't even come out from here. You may use some law belong not the country of that. So time you me talk law kind laws and Mr. Speaker, me talk again, me Hamas with this like me take him into consideration, me harim opposition talk, even law upside me plateau. This thing will become a good bill and a good law if we collectively put our minds into it. Moving on 50 years, we need a law that Minister belong police come up one time. That's what we like to talk. Thank you too much for giving me time to talk.
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Parliament. I'd like to take this time to join in the support of this bill. It's a very important bill that is being tabled by the Police Minister. We have heard a lot of the comments made, suggestions, all of them good, all of them relevant. Law and order is one of the biggest, most fundamental problems that is facing our country today. We see a deterioration of law and order everywhere. We see our women being burned at the stakes. We see people with weapons, fighting, killing, even in our towns and cities. And it is a concern that should be shared by all representatives in our House, every single one of us. But we should also reflect and have a look at a few of the facts. How did we come to this position? We came to this position because of a few things that is highlighted. We came to this position because we have insufficient policemen. We have only 6,000 policemen compared to a United Nations statistics, Mr. Speaker, of 26,000 to the population that we currently have. You may need him now, at this point, 26,000 policemen, lo comparative one-time population blue you mean. How na you come up with them? Because of negligence lo before. 10 to 15 years, you no got police recruitment. No got one policeman all been recruiting for the last 10 to 15 years because of insufficient budgeting to accommodate our police force. Those are the facts. So what have we done? What have we done to fix this? In the last 2 years, recognizing this, you may work in all bilateral, one time all NAPLA country, Mr. Speaker, with Australia, with America, to try to help us improve on training and facilities. Some of these things, we as a government, and I thank both sides of the House, to have supported the budget in the last 2 years that have given a bigger increase in the police budget to improve the infrastructure, to build houses for them, to buy police cars for them, to uniform them, to help train them, because the budget previously was insufficient. Members of the good House, Mr. Speaker. Last year, you mix him, for the first time in a long time, 200 million additional lo support him, police, lo disla, straight him law and order issues blue me. Combined with bilateral relationships with Australia, who is supporting us in rebuilding our police facilities and training institution at Bomana. They have supported with 59 million Australian dollars to increase the capacity, increasing capacity blow. Ogada policeman come training here, because currently capacity lo Bomana is a current 250 man that's all. So now rebuild him. Give him money, you may rebuild him this la. Now you know all give him money that's all, you may too put him money one time. Lo help him na build him barracks lo policeman. Last year you may buy him 130 brand new police cars. The first time in years that we bought any brand new police cars. And those cars were distributed to a lot of the provinces. We have bought ammunition, weapons, we have upgraded skill set training, and the biggest issue that we face is the middle management officer recruit training and the NCOs. Today, as we stand here, we face a shortage Mr. Speaker, of good, appropriately trained middle management officers. Last year, and first 60+ officer cadet from university and from within the police force have been inside a training regime for 3 years. The training will take 3 years, 2 years finish, no but graduate and come inside. But you know, you may need him 60+ that's all. We have an aging force, Mr. Speaker. Now these are 60+ come. You may need him 500 more officer cadets, law supplement in this law. You know that money, and we have just started the process, the first 60. Now the second 60 are being recruited to be trained. The first graduates of a police institution has graduated this year, first 300. The second 300 and come out now. 300 now, by you mean increase him, by go to a capacity of 1,000 per annum, the police college blue you mean. But you mean talk, but you mean put him all this line when train him, brook him up, put him more for institution, but it comes down to not enough training personnel able to equip and train our men. That is why we need the bigger budgets. That is why we have put in the bigger budgets. That is why we have done the bilaterals, want them all development partners, do you mean? We have a lack of capacity in prosecution. I hear our good member for Warbeck, and I sympathize with him when he pointed out a lack of prosecution, a lack of following up on arrests, because in the last few years, we have very little prosecutors available, highly trained prosecutors able to indict criminal cases. But we have not been sitting. The good police minister has moved forward and opened up a program with UPNG that now trains police prosecutors, 150 of them, to get a diploma in prosecution. We have to increase that 150, going up in Muscat, adequate prosecutors, all get a police station. Every police station, he must got 10 policemen. Every district, he must got 10 policemen, one good plan NCO, adequate support each and every district. Every district must, he got one magistrate, he must got police prosecutor, he got police investigator. How much police investigator you may got now? You all get a plenty policeman or provinces blue. Plenty now we have an aging investigative unit. CID blue me is lacking now. We need to train more, and that takes time. But the good news is that the process has started. We are now training prosecutors, we are now training investigators, we are now beefing up the capacity of police force, and but take you me 5 to 6 years for us to get up to the 10,000 minimum requirement. But how do we fix it in the short fix? The short fix, the police minister has pointed out, is the reservist program. 100 reservists per province that can sign an MOU, and they do exactly the same powers that a regular constable has. Exactly the same, no difference. You can arrest, you can detain, you can prosecute. But it comes down to the enforcement, like some of our members of parliament have pointed out, enforcement. And that is a way where we will have to make room for, to increase, to ensure that our police starts enforcing the rules and the laws. When we compare, and I hear a lot of districts say, "Minuga policeman or district blomi," I sympathize. Mitok sore, I sympathize. But we cannot just take policemen from the streets, train them in 1 month, na puti molanta. That is why we have that reservist program that comes in, whilst we beef up the regular constabulary to meet the 10,000 policemen ratio demand that we need by 2027. It is a complex situation, Mr. Speaker. It's not easy. It needs a combination of bilateral relationships to assist us. It needs a building up of our intelligence to assist us. It needs beefing up the moral and discipline. We need to beef up in the police force. And it needs a cohesion, cohesion between the CIS. It is no point if you have a policeman that arrests someone. You need a good trained policeman. You need a good trained prosecutor to ensure that it goes to court. And you need a good trained investigator, straight in investigation, so you can secure a conviction. Just pick him up, man, straight na put him here. That's not the way it works. You have to have an appropriately trained policeman to prepare the court files, a properly trained policeman to prosecute, and a properly trained policeman to investigate. Those are the facts we need, and it cannot be done overnight. We need money to support it, which we are grateful of Parliament. For the last 2 years, you support him this land and work. But we need more money to do that. We need more enforcement. I agree. The police needs to enforce the laws a lot, but they are currently undermanned. As I pointed out, we have a serious deficiency. We need cohesion. The side of CIS, you mean increasing money lo police, you may put him this little man where. You mean up lo street, all get a CIS facilities, believe me, are run down. That is from the lack of support in the last 10 to 15 years. Now the Solem you may put in money towards the support in CIS. Now CIS, we need to build 4 regional prisons that can be able to hold all our hardcore criminals, and we need to be able to support the current CIS facilities in all our regions and provide housing, uniforms and accommodation for the CIS personnel. And yes, as a government, we have started that process in the last 2 years, Mr. Speaker. We have given support to the CIS and we've given them infrastructure support. But again, we have faced a problem. With that support in the last 2 years, we had an issue inside our own bureaucracy, inside rolling out the CIS programs. So we have just sorted that out now, and we are putting another 40 million to fix some of the infrastructure, like in Boram, in Lakimata, and up in Layagam prisons, in Buimo in Ley, and Rabaul Kervat prison. So we are looking at it, but we need to increase it a lot more. When we look at that, we look at also, once you arrest a person, a perpetrator, and convict them and prosecute them, who listens to the court cases? That is the magisterial services, which carry 80% of a magisterial workload. The Summary Offences Act is all guided and managed and listened to by the magisterial services. The magisterial services had a huge deficiency. They were allocated only 46 million kina. 6 million of that was for goods and services for the whole of Papua New Guinea prior to our time. We have now made certain that in the last 2 years, this government on both sides of the House has supported an increase in the magisterial services that has resulted in 110 million kina last year appropriated to the magisterial services, and this year we will appropriate a similar amount. We need properly trained, qualified magistrates in each district. But we cannot pick people from the street and put them as magistrates. We need to build houses, infrastructure, and get good, credible people. Having said that, the Chief Magistrate has assured me that they have recruited 28 new magistrates. They're grateful for the increase in funding, and that now is being rolled out. And this year, we'll be putting in budget to support the infrastructure for a lot of magisterial services in each district. Each district should have a magistrate, and that is a program that will be going on for the next 5 to 10 years. We need a good intelligence capability, and in the last 6 months, I have taken it upon myself with the assistance of the good Defense Minister and the Police Minister and the CIS Minister to have a look at all the workings of our law and order sector. That includes building up an intelligence, proper intelligence assessment system, Mr. Speaker. Our NIO was in a deplorable state, gentlemen and ladies of this Honourable House. We had only 49 personnel. They had no car and everything. Where was all the funding for the last 10 to 15 years? That is why we have increased the budget for the NIO, and to ensure that you may increase NIO to a capacity that is able to help us. And not just NIO, Mr. Speaker, the Police Intelligence Service, the Defense Intelligence Service, the Immigration Intelligence Service, Nakia's Intelligence Service, Cybersecurity, all of them now come under my office to have a look at them, to look at the restructure, to ensure that we have the appropriate attention and intelligence to rebuild that. And all I ask on both sides of the House, Mr. Speaker, is that we support the law and order sector with the appropriate funding. That is a serious matter. So we are not sitting idle. We have been looking at this and collaborated. We currently have a couple of our intelligence officers training overseas in a couple of countries, which they have never had the skills, and a few other skills that I cannot elaborate here too much. But work is in progress to ensure that we pick up the perpetrators of crime. Because yes, as a good minister, the good member for Wabek, sorry, we think him health minister namitos, a good member for Wabek has pointed out, and he says rightfully so, why are disciplined forces taking selfies with armed tribesmen? And he's right, I agree with him. But to arrest these perpetrators and stuff once they do in their heartland, sometimes it's a bit difficult. You need a surgically precise, highly trained force to do that. So with that, having said that, the current intelligence training that our men are getting will be able to identify, will be able to make certain that we arrest these people and identify them and prosecute them to the best of our law of this country. Now we come back to the Terrorism Act. The Domestic Terrorism Act, some flaws that have been highlighted, not flaws but alleged flaws, and on this side of the House, we have looked at it, and I can say quite clearly here that it has been a bipartisan look at it to prepare these laws. It wasn't done by politicians. It was done by our state solicitor. It went through a state sol. It went through our first legislative council. They had a look at it. The police had a big look at it also. But we will not say when we pass this, that we are not open to further bipartisan if we need to have a look at it. I welcome both sides of the House. To come to myself or the Prime Minister or the Police Minister, and we will set up a committee to have a look at this again. If you feel there are certain things that are missing from this very, very important domestic terrorism bill. The domestic terrorism bill is an important bill. It gives wide-ranging powers to our police to effect a lot of the things that they should be doing. It gives effect to a lot of things that they should be doing. I speak from experience. A lot of times when you want to confront an armed offender, a lot of our policemen, Mr. Speaker, are too scared to shoot at someone who is armed, even though the law sometimes provides for that. But they take years in court to clear their name. A lot of times they have to go to court, the armed offenders get away with it, and sometimes these policemen end up in prison. Either the policeman or the CIS warder ends up in prison. So we should be able to protect our men and women when we throw them into the front line, because they are human beings too. We need to be able to give them the protection to enable them to perform their duties. There is a lot of good policemen out there. I have served with a lot of them, having done that for 16 years. And a lot of these policemen are willing to do it. A lot of them are brave blokes that will go into tribal zones, go into ethnic problems, into armed holdups on their own. I know a lot of them personally, but sometimes we need to go a little bit more. We need to give them that protection so they can be able to effect the laws and make certain the perpetrators are brought to justice. A lot of these perpetrators that we talk about have nothing to lose. When you are faced with a couple of armed offenders who shoot at you with no care for anything, you as a policeman also need to be very, very aware, need to be highly skilled and trained and be able to protect yourself without any foresight that that perpetrator might take your life also. So it is fair that we as government ensure the relevant protection to our good men, policemen and women. For resources, the PIP budget for the 200 million kina that we've given, as I pointed out earlier, we're working on ensuring the communications equipment for the police is upgraded, that we replace all the police cars with marked police cars with GPS in them and get away from all the hire cars that the police department currently has. So that is a priority for government. We need 800 police cars to replace all the current fleet for the police. And that we cannot pay overnight. We will need about 3 years of consistent budgeting so that we replace that, and consistent budgeting for the next 10 to 15 years. We need our policemen to be able to be dressed appropriately. Currently, when they don't have uniforms, they go to shops and buy the uniforms and boots. That is wrong. We as government, Mr. Speaker, needs to be able to provide that security and support for them. For their accommodation, a lot of our policemen, warders, they sleep in settlements. We as government should be able to provide accommodation for them so they sleep safe and be able to perform their duties without fear or favor. I am the first to admit that it's not an easy road. It's not an easy road. But with the support of this full House and with relevant laws, a mix of relevant laws like our Domestic Terrorism Act, with bilateral partners, Mr. Speaker, with consistent government funding, with consistent training, with consistent infrastructure support, with the appropriate personnel recruited and trained for both police, CIS, and our magisterial services, I am quite certain, Mr. Speaker, that we'll be able in 5 years' time to have managed our law and order issues. I say this with conviction because as a backbencher, I did it in my own city of Lae. In 3 years, not as a Deputy Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, not as a minister, but as a backbencher. I did it in the first 3 years of Lae. And you blow at us, Lae used to be the cowboy capital of Papua New Guinea. We now have dropped our major crime rate with no intervention from national government by 80%.
Honorable Deputy Prime Minister, I interrupt. Your 20 minutes of debate is lapsed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With that, I would like to thank Mr. Speaker and the Honourable House for giving me time for this debate, and I support this bill. Thank you very much.
The question is that the question be put. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. Ayes have it. The question is that the bill now be read the second time. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Clerk.
Second reading. Second reading, a bill for an aid to make provisions for maintaining the internal security of Papua New Guinea by providing measures to combat terrorism and terrorist activities, and B, to repeal the Internal Security Act 1993, and C, for related purposes.
Police Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I ask leave of Parliament to move the third reading forthwith.
Is the leave granted? Minister for Police. Minister for Police.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill be now read the third time.
The Honourable Member for Sinasina Yangmul.
Thank you. I ask my colleagues for a little bit of indulgence because law and order is a big, big problem in our country. So when we have an opportunity to address these matters, I think such issues like this should be given maximum opportunity for very comprehensive discussions around this floor. So I want to say at the outset that the people of Sinisina Yongumu will give every support that the Honourable Police Minister will need to bring papers like this onto the floor of Parliament with the view to getting rid of the law and order problems that is killing our country, right down to the rural areas. And part of the commitment we give to support him includes also making comments on papers like this when he presents it so that he improves it, and when he takes it out for implementation, it gives him and us the best results. So some of the comments I make will be along that pathway. The first one is the question of definition, Mr. Speaker. A lot has been said about it, and traditionally terrorism is limited to criminal actions for the purposes of advancing just purely or only political or religious agendas. If that was the objective, then criminal actions taken to advance it becomes an act of terrorism. But now, many different kinds of acts, also with different motives and final outcomes in mind, can also constitute terrorism. And one of those includes economic terrorism. Attacks that attack the economic projects and infrastructures of this country. And you only need to look at Bougainville copper mine, and you look at Porgera, and you will see how criminal activities directed at those major resource projects have a major impact on the welfare of this country. And they should be classified as terrorism because the revenue that is denied to the state prevents sick people in this country from getting proper medical treatment. And they die. Right across the country, and there's not statistics in my hand to illustrate that, but it should be easy to imagine where there's no money for the hospitals, and then people die as a consequence. When there's no money in the hands of the education department or the Minister for Education, kids don't get a quality education, and their life is a life of misery, and the life of their children is a life of misery as well. So criminal activities directed at major economic projects that we have in this country should also be classified as acts of terrorism because of the impact, indirect impact they had that destroyed the lives of Papua New Guineans right across the board. That is the first comment. The second comment is to highlight to the minister, the bill is good, but there is an Achilles tendon in it. There's an Achilles tendon in it, in section 10. It gives the police the power to use reasonable force. Question is, what is reasonable force? In the eyes of those of us sitting in here, what is reasonable as compared to the eyes of a policeman or an army, a soldier, or a CIS officer up there in the field facing a gun pointed at him, or facing a bush knife or an axe, or a crowd of people wielding weapons pointing at them? In such a reality, what is reasonable to them can be starkly different to what is reasonable to us here, where we face no such a threat. So what happens is when policemen makes a judgment in the present setting of all the laws that we have, they make a judgment and they do something and they face the consequence, criminal consequences. Good policemen, highly performing policemen, they get arrested. And that's the point that the Deputy Prime Minister was picking up. And I'm supporting him on that because we need to build it into our law to improve it so that we give the policemen and the soldiers and the CIS people the confidence to implement this law, because if we didn't, they won't do what we're asking them to do. You can give them all the power, but they will be scared of the personal consequences on themselves. So how do we do that? Mr. Honorable Minister, through you, Mr. Speaker, I want to ask the Honorable Minister to look at Section 10, where he says that the police are entitled to use such force as is reasonable. He should include another subsection 3 to say that the question of whether reasonable force has been used should be non-justiciable. That should be a judgment that should be left to the field officer alone. Not the courtroom, not the magistrate, not the judge, not anybody else. Because he's the one there facing the real dangers. And that judgment should be left to him alone, and nobody after the fact should bring it in and sit in the luxury of the air-conditioned courtrooms, offices, and question whether he had done the right thing. A new subsection 3 should be added, Mr. Speaker, is my request to the Honorable Police Minister, if he only takes a little bit of time to take it back, and add a subsection 3, that the question of whether the use of reasonable force comes into play in a courtroom then the law should say that question is non-justiciable. So we give confidence to the policeman, we give confidence to the soldier, the CIS officer. They should take the final judgment, and that judgment should not be subject to scrutiny after that. You see, we empower them, and then we pull them down again, shoot them down. As I speak, I have one of our best policemen in Chimbu sitting in jail for 9 months now, waiting for his bail hearing, because he took a judgmental call. In the heat of the fire that he was under, he took an action which he felt was reasonable, but the other police thought it was unreasonable. He's in jail, and because there is no judge in Kundiawa, he's now waiting in jail for 9 months now, for responding to a situation like this, trying to curb the law and order in the field. But now we are questioning him again after the heat of the moment is gone and everything is comfortable and the risks and dangers are gone. We're becoming smarter and wiser, and we're trying to become the wiser of him. So I think that our policemen must be protected, and their judgmental call on whether something is reasonable force or not should not be reviewed by another authority like the magistrates or the courts or whoever. So there should be a subsection which says the question of whether reasonable force is used should be non-justiciable. Number two, I want us to go one step further. There must be another section that says that the police must be given civil indemnity. Civil, I'm not talking about, there's different types of responsibilities when somebody does something wrong. One is civil, the other is criminal, the other is administrative. So in this instance, I'm asking that through law, the police must be given indemnity by the state over any civil liabilities. They must be protected. You want them to do the hard yaka, you have to give them the assurance that if you malfunction, I will back you up and I will take up all the civil liability off your shoulder. Give them the confidence so they will do it. So there should be another section that gives them civil indemnity for any civil liabilities. Let the state.
Honorable Member, we have a point of order by Minister.
Thank you. Sorry for the interruption, but the section 9 of this particular bill talks about the protection for action or omissions. Generally talks about the criminal and civil liability of our police that can be protected in the course of the actions. So that's indemnity that the good member is referring to. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Point of order noted.
Yeah, it's a valid point of order, but it takes us to the halfway point. So I want us to complete that journey. That talks about liability. But in the event that they bypass that, they go beyond liability, they establish liability, and the policeman is found liable, then the state should indemnify him. Whatever damages that he's liable for, the state should cough it out and get paid to whoever is successful in suing him. So it completes that journey. And Minister over there is correct, but that takes us maybe 50 or 60% towards the final outcome. So I would ask for this provision to be included to complete that protection to the police. The other thing I want to see included, there is a power of detention given, but I would like to see that one improved and enlarged, Mr. Speaker. I would prefer to see the power of detention to be extended to include, to specifically, expressly include a provision that says, that prescribes a time limit within which a person may be held without charge. That is common in every other terrorism law throughout the world. Now, in a common criminal code offense, you are entitled to bail, and you can get bail immediately unless it's willful murder or treason or something like that. then there is complications in the bail. But for any other ordinary offenses under the Criminal Code Act, you are entitled to be charged and get your bail as soon as is practicable. But this is terrorism. This is a separate type or class of laws we are talking about. That's to toughen it and make life harder and discourage people wanting to export terrorism in our country. You got to be harder with such laws because it's meant to be tougher than the normal criminal law. So whereas the normal criminal law says bail as quickly as possible, this Terrorism Act must say, no, it won't be like this in this instance. We're trying to toughen up the law for you to act as an effective deterrent. So if we suspect you and we pick you up off the street, you can be kept in jail for up to, say, 30 days without charge. That is normal throughout different parts of the world where they promulgate such legislation like this. And so I would ask our good minister to consider a limited number of period that a person, a suspect, a terrorism suspect can be held with statutory power without bail, and the period should be at least 30 days, which is reasonable. Remember, this is not normal crime. Terrorism has a wider impact and a bigger impact. Now, going outside of that, outside of this bill we support. We would love to see the discussions around the House incorporated and then brought back again, and we pass it, and we can support it unanimously on this floor, I think, because all the debates are headed in that direction. But I want to go outside this bill and encourage the minister to also look at other bills and bring them here. I want to refer in particular to the death penalty provisions in the Criminal Code Act. There were about 7 offenses that attracted the death penalty. In November 2021, in one sweeping motion, we in this government moved to repeal it. November 2021. We repealed all the death penalty sentences imposed by the courts, and that was commuted to life sentences. Now, soon after November 2021, there was a massive escalation of willful murders right throughout the country. Hartlow County, Mr. Speaker, number of Lolkili Manigo nothing, Kalab, between November 2021 and now. In some cases, you had 74 people slaughtered in one instant. In another instant, you got 26 people in a bus gunned down mercilessly. In another instant, people are being shot, killed, massacred, axed everywhere. That is happening. So when we were talking about the death penalty, whether it should be repealed or stay on, people said there is no evidence that the death penalty is a deterrent. No evidence. Now we see the evidence. We see the evidence. Hundreds of people have lost their life as soon as you have removed the only visible deterrent that they could see and understand and relate to. That's what's happened. The question of whether we are implementing the death penalty or not is not an issue and should not be an issue, Mr. Speaker. The fact that it is there affects people's behavior. And now you see, as soon as you remove it, how many people are losing lifeblood now? We as a state cannot leave this issue in a vacuum. We have to respond to it with appropriate, not laws about freedoms and rights that people talk about in mature, developed world where law and order is a way of life. But for us, we have to work hard at building it. We have to make laws that reflect our own circumstances of this country. I want to see, Mr. Speaker, I request the humble police minister, the good attorney general, I want to ask them, using this opportunity, for them to bring back and restore the death penalty laws. Don't worry about whether we're going to implement it or not. Just bring it back, because its visibility there as a signpost will be a deterrence. It will save lives, people's lives, our people. Bring it back and put it there, and let's worry about the implementation at another time. But bring back the law, put it in the law books, and people must know. Now I want to go one step further. This may sound cruel, but sometimes tough love will bring about an orderly society. We should start talking about bringing back corporal punishment for minor misdemeanors. Corporal punishment. You know, when I was growing up, that was the order of the day. They used the cane to bring discipline to us in our schools. They belted us across our knuckles with rulers, 1-yard rulers. They put your hand on that desk and they whack it over your knuckles. If we didn't wash and we come to class, we had a fish pond in the school ground. They took us there and they threw us into the fish pond. And when we commit other offenses in the schoolyard, he got this like kandaya cane. Also katilo makam na also karim go anda simbu. All the classroom he got kandana, hospital mi playa, it's a fire. You know nupla something. But when the society is rebelling against the rule of law, an orderly society, and you're running out of options, you got to put all the options on the table about rescuing your society. We should start debating and talking about bringing back the corporal punishment law. Give him kandal or man, he molest him or Mary Picanini law, bus stop, place blood taxi, spit him boy, kind legally something or him ya, and costing government too much money law, put him all through law jail. Free kai na, free room na, kind sanin also no gats. Take him all now to sol na lari mol go. Yeah. Same speed. Stick him all na lari mo go. May na diminaya. All on that sim bullet na ida mito lo kanda tasol. Rouse him shed blow na give him lo backside blow. Now by you restore him order. And it's a serious proposal. I'm not saying this lightly. And people will be worried about the laws, the constitutions. We are the ones here making the laws. We are amending the constitution for all manner of purposes. We are making legislations for all manner of reasons and purposes. If we agree, we can bring back this penalty, put them in the books, let it implemented, restore our society back to peace and harmony, and then we can repeal those laws. It's not made in steel and concrete and it'll stay there forever. We make it. When we have rescued our country from the thugs and the criminals who are a minority, we can remove these laws. There should be no fear. So, Mr. Speaker, me amo mastrulo Butla police minister. He's a good, hardworking minister. He's genuine about what he does. He has a lot of passion in it, we can see. We support him what he does. We want to help him to make sure his efforts are 100% effective, so we make these comments. So, emari mi plana, delay passage blood isla bills na mi karigo beg na karikam no next season ya. I think by good play, my community in this land, we all support him for the maximum outcome. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question is that the question be put. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The question is that the bill be now read the third time. In accordance with constitutional requirements, the bill must be passed by an absolute majority of 60 members. Clerk, please ring the bell. Close the doors. Question is that the bill now be read the third time. Would those in favor please stand? Would those against please stand? Honourable members, the votes on our bill reads: those who vote in favour 84 and noes 0. Clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an aid to make provision for maintaining the internal security of Papua New Guinea by providing measures to combat terrorism and terrorist activities, and B, to repeal the Internal Security Act 1993, and C, for related purposes. Okay, Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Clerk.
Notice number 103, Minister for Administrative Services and Minister assisting the Prime Minister on constitutional matters.
The Honourable Minister for Administrative Services, Minister assisting the Prime Minister and on constitutional matters.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I present the Civil and Identity Registration Bill 2024.
Clerk.
First reading, a bill for an aid to provide for the establishment and maintenance of a registry for births, deaths, and marriages, and the recording in the registry of information in respect of births, deaths, marriages, changes of names, and adoption that take place in Papua New Guinea, and B, for the issuing of identity documents in respect of information recorded in the registry, and C, for assessing information recorded in the registry, and D, to repeal the Civil Registry Act, Chapter 304, and for related purposes.
Minister.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I move that the bill now read the second time.
Make your speech.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I rise today to present to this Honourable House and speak in support of the draft Civil and Identity Registration 2023 bill before us. This is a milestone parliamentary presentation, an event for the civil and identity registration and vital statistics in the development phase of our country. This bill will repeal and replace the Civil Registration Act, Chapter 304, and its amendments. The Principal Act was enacted in 1963 to allow both indigenous and foreigners both in the country to formally register their birth, marriage, death, and other vital events in life information with the Civil Registry. Prior to 1963, only foreigners were allowed to register, and the earliest birth record dates back to 1892. 60 years later, I regret to announce that 70% of our country population remains unregistered and formally unaccounted for. Mr. Deputy Speaker, having a comprehensive understanding of the identity of our people in Papua New Guinea and its subdivisions, as well as the leading causes of death, fertility rates,
and the life expectancy can significantly enhance public administration. This data, once collected and processed, provides factual information to decision makers to better respond to the needs of society through more effective, efficient, and direct policies at both national and local levels of our communities. Evidence-based planning is essential for the development of such policies, and real-time data and statistics are a critical component of this process. Only by utilizing evidence-based planning and real-time data, decision makers can make informed decisions that are grounded on solid factual data and research, leading to better outcomes for society as a whole. Therefore, it is critical to have access to up-to-date information on the identity of our people, knowing the leading causes of death, fatality rates, and life expectancy in order to plan better communities and safeguard our society. With the growing need of digital governance to efficiently and cost-effectively deliver government services to our people, it is important to get personal identity data correct. May I, in passing, also mention to this Honourable House that with our 8 years of experience in data collection through the NID project, we have seen cost of collecting data range from very low cost of as less than 2 kina per person in urban areas to around 100 kina per person for people living in remote areas like Western Province, West Sepik Province, and the islands of Milne Bay, etc. The national average cost of registration is 25 kina, and the cost of printing insurance is 25 kina, totaling 50 kina for rural to urban areas, whereas the cost goes up 100 kina plus for remote, marginalized, hard-to-reach communities. The work of this bill commenced in 2018. It involved many consultations and took years of hard work and collaboration between state agencies, local level government officials, and development partners. We are presenting today a result of a balanced approach to addressing the complex issue facing our society today with regards to civil registration and national identity. I will now highlight 4 important benefits of this bill, Mr. Deputy Speaker. This bill will, 1, ensure that all citizens are recognized by the state and given legal identity and the right of recognition as a person before the law and their formal relationship with the state. 2, provide individuals with documentary evidence such as birth certificate or national identity card to prove their name, age, family relationships, and the nationality of their parents. This can be important for accessing essential services such as healthcare, education, and social protection. In our PNG settings, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the land is one of our many primary assets accorded to each and every citizen from generations and centuries. The bill will ensure that family tree information is preserved through the NID project to ensure incorporated land groups are properly identified and recorded before the elders pass on to preserve the integrity of that special data. 3, provide a legal identity and recognition to a person before the law, confer other ensuing rights, and empower activities such as political participation, recourse of justice, nationality, property ownership, formal employment, using banking and financial services, and inheritance. And 4, record every life event to produce accurate, complete, and timely statistics on the health and demographics of our population. Furthermore, the bill will ensure the maintenance of the National Registry and enhance the functional data that is critical information for national events like the national census and the national election. If I may add, work on the electronic electoral roll will be a byproduct of the NID to ensure credibility to the electoral roll. Mr. Deputy Speaker, The bill will transform the civil and identity registration process by ensuring that the collection, storage, processing, and mining of vital statistics information for our country is made more accurate, robust, secure, and effective. PNG is poised for change and already moving forward. We are united by the passion for our people, and while we cannot choose the circumstances of our birth, we can choose how we live. Changes happen when moments of awareness or compassion inspires us to act. Through our collective actions, we can become the most powerful agent of change. When we fail to act, innocent children are left unprotected, unvaccinated, unable to attend school, and grow up to be adults who are unable to find employment and contribute meaningfully in life. They become trapped in a cycle of poverty, inclusion, and invisibility. The opportunity is before us to initiate change for our communities today, and we must seize that. With our endorsement of this bill, we are enhancing the current system that will effectively form the genesis of information for all of our civil and identity registration data that is collected, processed, stored, mined, and continuously updated. To put simply, on the international agenda of civil and identity registration and vital statistics ecosystem that is now enhanced by this bill will ensure that PNG aligns itself with the Sustainable Development Goals target, SDG 16.9 by 2030, to provide legal identity for all, including free birth registration. Incidentally, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I would like to on record and state that the SDG 16.9 is also the Independence Anniversary Day of Papua New Guinea, so this SDG target is not an accident for PNG. In concluding, Mr. Deputy Speaker, this bill in support of civil registration and vital statistics is here to stay, and it will contribute to the sustainable growth of our beloved nation for generations and centuries to come. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I now conclude the Civil and Identity Registration 2023 Bill presentation for the second reading. Thank you, and may God bless us.
Honorable Governor Morobe.
Mr. Assistant Speaker, I rise to support the bill presented by the Honourable Minister. The bill intends to provide the recordation of all our citizens in this country, in the wheat and the bread of this country, those who continue to live and those who will continue to be born, and the generation ahead of us are known. But as long as the human population in Papua New Guinea continues to exist, the production continues to exist, and Mr. Assistant Speaker, it is very important that the recordation takes place. Minister, when I was a small boy, growing up in my village, that was back in 1960 and 70, when this country was in the hands of the colonial powers. Mr. Speaker, the Kiabs, who were mostly white people at the time, will come in a team, and they will travel throughout the villages, all the villages, to count people and have them recorded. I don't know about other parts of the country, but that was the case in the Morobe province. At the time, it was called Morobe District. Mr. Assistant Speaker, and by virtue of that recordation, we have records in the LLG area. There weren't many districts. Many of them were the LLG. And there was recordation of human beings living in its villages. And at the time, Mr. Assistant Speaker, there was record of villages.
all the villages in the Morobe district at the time were recorded, Mr. Assistant Speaker, and that all of the human beings who lived in its villages were recorded. The LLG local level government councils and the officials, the KIAP and others who were working there, they knew. They didn't have the computer and laptop, all the electronic technologies we've got now. But with the recordation, physical recordation, as they traveled, you would have the information straight away in your hands. When you want to find out that village, how many people live there, they'll just tell you on the spot. And that was the case at that time. We didn't have much resources, as we now, but at the time, the KIAPs and the officers of the LLG physically, literally traveled. Today, unfortunately, we have come a long way. We got technology, the invention of computer, invention of laptops, invention of other apparatus to help us record all the human beings, to record of whatever that's taking place. Yet, we have not achieved. In the case of the recordation of number of people in this country, we have not reached that. We do it in a sporadic, Mr. Assistant Speaker. When we want to have the election, then there is a team of the electoral officers to go and count people. But, Mr. Assistant Speaker, they don't count all of the people in the village or in the area they count. They don't sufficiently count them. Many reasons, one of which is no sufficient provisions of money to help the people to do the common roll recording. So it's not done. It's not sufficiently done. And then, of course, Mr. Minister, with due respect to you, and you're doing a great job, for which I should commend you in this floor of the Parliament, is one on census. Unfortunately, the provincial government and national government, in fact, no offense, lack of money, you are not sufficiently capacitated, Mr. Speaker, to help your officers to carry out the counting of all of the human beings in this country. And I think by the end of the job you've complete, you will still have some people not adequately counted into the record. Mr. Speaker, with this bill now that you have presented, Mr. Speaker, it will make it compulsory, Mr. Speaker, Assistant Speaker, that you have to be recorded. And I'm not sure, I haven't read the bill here, but if it is not there, I recommend you should put in there to make sure that everyone in the village, in the settlement, whatever localities they live, if there is time, they need to be recorded. They must be recorded. Make them available for recordation. And if they don't, then that is an offense for which they should be prosecuted. Mr. Assistant Speaker, I hope that it is there. If it is not there, I'm proposing that you have it as an offense in there. Mr. Assistant Speaker, I think the organic law on the provincial and local level government provides an obligation on each individual ward to have a record that the council there in its individual ward and the ward committee in that ward, there is a legal obligation on his part or on their part to record the numbers of the people. Those who are being born, those who have died, those who died, those who get married, how many children are being born, those records should be recorded. Unfortunately, I hope that the Minister for Provincial Affairs is taking note. We have to make sure that we provide sufficient fund in the budget to help the recordation in its villages, in the settlement throughout this country. We have to make it happen. And the ward councillors and ward committee there should be told to record those who are being born, those who died, those who married. All those things must be recorded. And I hope that, Honourable Minister, when we give you the necessary support to have this bill through as an act of Parliament, you will make sure, and the government will make sure, that we provide sufficient money for the role of recording people in all of Papua New Guinea. Unfortunately, as we know, down the coast it's easy to travel by boat or a dinghy, some by canoe or by big ships, but right into the hinterland, you'll have many rivers to cross. You have many mountains to climb right there, and it makes it difficult for the officers to travel. That is why I said put the money in the budget and have a record of the recorder in each village so that they record. And again I said, we in the village, every villages. Now, one person go and builds a house there and claims it as a village. Two person go and build a house along the road and say villages. We must make sure that we have a record to say that, oh, you're living along the road, but from this point to that point, all of you are one village. So we have a record of village and all the villages in Papua New Guinea. Difficult circumstances there, but Minister, you're very serious to bring the very salient bill to this Parliament. And we will help you, the government will feel obliged to help you. Your point, today we have the Act of Inter-Business, which records all the family plan to have them registered so that they lawfully own the piece of land, and whatever that is on the piece of land, by virtue of this law, ILG. And today we don't have the adequate recordation of the people. That is why they want to register their company, all of those things they want to involve, but they don't have the actual number of people recorded, and they cannot be sure how many clans, how many people in that clan. And I'm sure, Minister, when this bill is being passed and we provide sufficient money, sure enough, the people will be recorded. And Mr. Speaker, Assistant Speaker, we've got high DSIP and PSIP money provided by the budget for each district in the whole of the country, Papua New Guinea. We have it. But because of the lack of recordation of the exact number of people in that district, you cannot be sure. You're trying to build a road to one area, Mr. Acting Speaker, but it may be for only a mere political region, maybe, or build a road to your own hunting ground or your own plantation or whatever, Mr. Speaker. So we must know that how many people living over there, and the economic potential in that land over there, we must know. And so when we have the DSIP and trying to distribute this DSIP to our people in the district, we know very well that how many people live in that area. What are the economic potentials in that area? What are the needs for the health requirement over there? What is need for the education needs over there? And so when we distribute the resources, financial resources or any other resources in kind, we know exactly how many people live over there. So I think this recordation is immensely, in my humble view, immensely going to assist the member for its district, Mr. Acting Speaker, and district administrator, Mr. Assistant Speaker, and all the health department people, people in charge of the health, people in charge of the agriculture, people in charge of whatever government department they may be. They know exactly very well, so that they will assist the DDA to formulate the budget, a lawful budget, appropriate budget to accommodate those interests. And that will only come when we know exactly how many human beings live in that area. So, Mr. Assistant Speaker and Mr. Minister, and it's also good, Mr. Speaker, that we come to have the sufficient recordation. And the United Nations, Mr. Speaker, many United Nations agencies in education, they come to me as the governor of the province, and the first thing they asked me, I said, this area we need some help in health. The first question they asked, Mr. Governor, how many people live over there? How many people live over there? And I have been, sorry, with due respect, sometimes I tell lies, but for good reason. For good reason. We need the help. But only fair, Mr. Assistant Speaker, that we must have a true record of human being. And we are not alone. We are members of the international community, and particularly members in the United Nations, and whatever agency in the United Nations, and whatever agency in the Commonwealth who will come to help as a member country. They come to help. We will tell them exactly how many people we have, and whether the service, provisions of service to those areas where the people live is warranted or not. Mr. Acting Assistant Speaker, we need it. We need it. And then, of course, we are traveling overseas, Mr. Assistant Speaker. We're traveling overseas, and we must have everyone in this country make it compulsory that as long as you are recorded in one of the villages or settlement, you are issued with the card or an NID card. This tells yourself and to whoever you're producing that your NID card shows your name, where you come from, all of those apart from the passport. They see it. So they will treat you well as you're trying to cross over the border to another jurisdiction or you're coming back. So recordation and to have NID cards is so very important, Mr. Assistant Speaker, for this country. In Thailand, when I was there, in Thailand, a country called Thailand, you will just hang your card on the neck, on your card. Private citizen, the oldest citizen's card in your neck. Around your neck, not in your neck, but around your neck, Mr. Assistant Speaker. So in the event that they find that you're trying to break the law, they will get you. And all the people their records are kept in the national record. It goes over there. If you have a criminal record, you have been arrested for a crime, it's in the record, Mr. Assistant Speaker, and you are sentenced to jail for whatever term that might be, it's there. So when they find that, yeah, you're this guy, your name is Sachs, yeah, you live over there, you once upon a time you committed a crime, all of your informations are there. It's a tip of the people, tip of the ends of the people who keep the records. And I think when we achieve it fully, Mr. Minister, I'm sure when all the people in Papua New Guinea are recorded, you will not run away, Mr. Speaker. When you're caught, if you're an ambitious criminal, the record will say that you're an ambitious criminal, and you should be arrested and treated as an ambitious criminal. If you're a pastor, hopefully that pastor will not commit any offenses. Mr. Assistant Speaker, they will treat you as a pastor. If you're an engineer, you're a professional man as an engineer, You should be accorded the respect as an engineer, professional person. If you're a doctor, you should be treated as a doctor. If you're a pilot, Mr. Acting Speaker, you should be treated as a pilot, because we have to respect our professional people in this country. Today everybody lives in the settlement and all over the places, and even the policeman too is chewing bitter nut and drinking like nobody's business along the streets of the settlement or block. We can't tell whether he's a policeman or not. But with the records there, we will know. We will know how many policemen lives there, even in the settlement, whether they have records or not. We will know. And all other people, we will have it. We will have it in a settlement where you just punch the button, you get the name, or you punch the button, how many people living there, you're going to see the record. And what sort of people living over there, you know it. A doctor is living there, block number 2. A scientist is living there in block number 5. Like me, Governor, Morobe Governor, I live in block number 5 at Bushman Mountain. You punch the computer or whatever it is, you will find a Ministry of Governor of block number 5. You will track me there. So, Mr. Assistant Speaker, this is a very important assignment, recordation of our people in this country. That assignment is a very important assignment. And Minister, you have taken upon yourself, of course with the concurrence from the government, to eventually propose the bill to the Parliament for those things to happen. I thank you, Mr. Minister. And you will have one vote from me. If other people doesn't vote for you, you will have one vote from me, guaranteed, because it's for genuine cause. Mr. Assistant Speaker, I think we should support the Honourable Minister and support him by giving the full support. It's a historical bill. Of course, we had the bill before at the colonial times, but they didn't provide enough recordation of the citizens of this country. Today, we're an independent country. We're qualified, and we are entitled to know how many people living in whatever place within the bread of this nation. And I support this bill. Mr. Assistant Speaker, thank you for the leave you granted to me to speak. Thank you.
The question is that the question be put now. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those in against say no. The ayes have it. Mr. Clerk.
Second reading. A bill for an act, A, to provide for the establishment and maintenance of a registry for births, deaths, and marriage, and the recording in the registry of information in respect of births, deaths, marriages, changes of names, and adoption that take place in Papua New Guinea, and B, for the issuing of identity document in respect of information recorded in the registry, and C, for assessing information recorded in the registry, and D, to repeal the Civil Registration Act, Chapter 304, and for related purposes.
The honourable members, I have to announce that I have received a message from His Excellency, the Governor General, dated 5 September 2024, recommending the imposition and expenditure of public monies insofar as the bill related to and provide for such imposition and expenditure.
Mr. Assistant Speaker, I ask leave of Parliament to move the third reading forthwith.
Is leave granted? Leave granted. Minister.
Mr. Assistant Speaker, I move that the bill now be read the third time.
The question is that the question be put now. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those in against say no. Ayes have it. The question is that the bill be now read a third time. In accordance with constitutional requirement, this bill must be passed by an absolute majority of 60 members. Clerk, please ring the bell. Attendants, please close the door. The question is that the bill be now read a third time. Would those in favor please stand? For those in against, please stand. Honourable members, the result of the vote is 76, noes 0. Clerk.
Third reading. A bill for net aid to provide for establishment and maintenance of a registry of births, deaths, and marriages, and a recording in the registry of information in respect of births, deaths, marriages, changes of names, and adoptions that take place in Papua New Guinea. And B, for the issuing of identity documents in respect of information recorded in the registry. And C, for assessing information recorded in the registrar. And D, to repeal the Civil Registration Act, Chapter 304, and for related purposes. Okay, Minister.
Minister. Clerk.
Notice number 111, Minister for Provincial Affairs and Local Level Government Affairs.
Minister. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Assistant Speaker. Mr. Assistant Speaker, I present Motu Muliteka Resettlement Authority Bill 2024.
Slip granted. Clerk.
First reading. A bill for an act to establish the Mulitaka Resettlement Authority and for related purposes.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Minister.
Mr. Assistant Speaker, I move that the bill be now read the second time.
Make your speech.
Thank you, Mr. Assistant Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to present to this honorable House a bill to establish Muliteka Resettlement Authority. Mr. Assistant Speaker, today it gives me pleasure to introduce to this 11th Parliament the Muliteka Resettlement Authority Bill 2024 for debate. It is indeed a special occasion to stand before you and inform you and this august Parliament and the people of Anga, especially the Honorable Governor and concerned MPs, as well as other key stakeholders concerning the decision by Marape Rosso government about restoration and resettlement efforts towards returning normalcy to the lives of people of Muliteka. Mr. Assistant Speaker, since the landslide disaster in Muliteka local level government that affected massive population with lives being lost, people being displaced, and homes and gardens being destroyed, the national government has made every effort to take ownership of the situation and completed all required processes in establishing Muliteka Resettlement Authority. Mr. Assistant Speaker, the rationale for establishment of Muliteka Resettlement Authority by law is to have an administrative mechanism in place to ensuring effective management of funds, technical assistance, coordination of resettlement programs, and humanitarian support is provided in more organized and accountable manner. Given the prevalence of law and order issues within the disaster-affected villages and the Pogera Payala district, of which Muliteka community is heavily affected, this authority must be established to safeguard the people as authority who serve as a social security for people of Muliteka. This calls for undivided support for the bill from this honorable House. Mr. Assistant Speaker, there is a need for a more collaborative approach between concerned leaders and administrators, both at the national and provincial level in addressing current issues in Porgera Valley, and one avenue in which we tackle this is through this authority. As different stakeholders, including representatives of Muliteka area, will be equally represented on the management board. As you know, Porgera Payala district is host to one of the country's largest mines, and the current law and order issues pose more threats to the operation of the mine and will have rippling effect on the economy if the situation is not contained. The road access to Porgera mine passes through the disaster-affected villages, and it is still closed. Mr. Assistant Speaker, the bill once passed by this Parliament will see the establishment of the authority, and the first thing to do is to get right people to manage the authority so that the lives of the Muliteka people, as well as infrastructure and essential services, are restored to normalcy. So much donor support towards relief operations have come, and it is only fitting that an administrative mechanism is placed immediately. This initiative is supported by the decentralized function of resettlement authorities, which serves as specific objectives on behalf of the government. Mr. Speaker, I would like to reiterate concerns made by leaders and citizens that government must bear responsibilities of restoring peace and harmony amongst the people of Maipe, Muliteka, and Porgera Valley now. It is a normal process for my department to facilitate establishment of resettlement and restoration authorities to coordinate and oversight rehabilitation and resettlement of disaster-impacted communities. Gazelle Restoration Authority, such as Gazelle Restoration Authority and Manam Resettlement Authority are such examples. With these few remarks, I now introduce Muliteka Resettlement Authority Bill 2024 to this 11th Parliament for debate and seeking your support to pass this bill. I thank you, Mr. Assistant Speaker, and this House.
Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Assistant Speaker. First time through me, like to thank you, Lord Minister, long intergovernment relation, or provincial and local level government, long current display, long Banasim restoration, long Mulitaka, mission up, long also talk thank you. Long plenty, many development partners, many bilateral partner nations, including nations like Israel, even in the time of war and the strife. They did send in their sympathies and condolences and offered cash support to us for restoration. So Mulitaka became an unprecedented sort of focal point of international expression of support for Papua New Guinea. And I think this, I want all members of the House, both sides, I noted the two voting occasions earlier for the two laws, members of the opposite gave constructive suggestions and also did participate in the vote. I want to encourage all of us to support this one. We will try relocating. What's happened is the one village that is covered remains a burial site. But there are 2 or 3 villages down the slope. It is believed through seismic study that continuous movement of soil is taking place as we speak. It is in an unstable area. Right now we're doing a bypass. This apparently it covers the access road, the only access road to Porgera. So we are doing a bypass. That bypass, as I speak, should be complete within the next 2 or 3 weeks. That should allow for cargo trucks as well as public vehicles to pass through. This is to bypass the landslip covered area as well as the instability on the northeast side of the range or the mountain. And I want to assure every one of us the permanent relocation will take place. This restoration authority we're setting up will not be permanent. Once the usefulness of the total restoration and relocation is complete, then this parliament then can be revisited when we make the law redundant. But we will use this moment to try our best to properly settle our people in Mulitaka into a proper rural area life improvement program, meaning house, permanent roof, solar or electricity, water supply. We tried this out for our people in the disaster area. The same concept. The last few years we've been budgeting money for Manam, Kadavar, but we don't seem to, the implementing agencies do not seem to get it right in terms of how we could permanently settle our people who've been displaced by disasters and natural disasters like this in any case. So I want all members of parliament to give support. This one becomes more sensitive in the sense that people are still being displaced. They're living in tent, they're living amongst Wantok in the valley. We want to settle them quickly, easier, open the road. The road leads to Pogra Gold Mine. At the moment, as I speak, the road remains blocked. There's a heavy, expensive cuttage of fuel, bypass of fuel through pipe, and we need to restart the plate at the very earliest. I seek all concurrence. This will work under the chairmanship of the Enga Provincial Administrator. The Enga Provincial Government will have an oversight role in this one, and also I think Cabinet has approved the CEO of Ligam District, if I'm not wrong, one of the senior public servants in Ligam or the district up there, a local district, to become the CEO of this Mulitaka Restoration Authority. So I want to ask all members of parliament, let's offer support to this one. This authority will then also report on the funds received, funds we've also sent up to help restore. I want to take this time to also indicate to our people, much of the development aid that has come in not cash, but in kind and in aid. We will fully account for all help rendered to us by all development partners, so that everyone has known what has happened to Mulitaka. Thank you very much.
The question is that the question report. The question is that the question report. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those in against say no. I have it. The question is that the bill be now read a second time. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those in against say no. The ayes have it. Clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to establish the Mulitaka Resettlement Authority and for related purposes.
Honourable members, I have to announce that I have received a message from the Excellency, the Governor General, date 27 November 2024, recommending the expenditure of public money insofar as the bill related to and provide for such expenditure. Minister.
Mr. Assistant Speaker, I ask the Liberal Parliament to move the third reading forthwith.
Is leave granted? Aye. I serve it. Minister.
Mr. Assistant Speaker, I move that the bill be now read the third time.
Honourable Member for Cardiff.
Thank you, President Speaker. Me, also this is province, me mas mausna. Thank him, Parliament. Me looking was the Honourable Governor, Luenga Province, the Honourable Peter Ipra is not here.
So I think it's appropriate that they must mark him people of Mulitaka, people of Enga province, lo big people help him. Government give him, no double give him too. Mr. Acting Speaker, let me mention was all provincial governments, various provincial governments throughout Papua New Guinea. Mr. was in provincial government, been taking finish. For Parliament, location, passing law, where Minister for Provincial Office Academy come, we thank you. Magi Mas Blongenga and Mulitaka people, long Ogra passing long help him, look save, compassion, na love him may come through, lo money, na through lo kai kai, through lo sore, na through lo prayers, for the time planning man made through, he been diner took his bagarab in this place, that sleep come down. Provincial governments, thank you. You know, mentioning Walker 11 because people have plenty of provincial government. So thank you long all private companies, private sector, thank you. Business communities, thank you for helping. Now to me, must thank you long all diplomatic missions, especially those development partners of Papua New Guinea, other countries who also did participate in sharing during the time of bereavement of those lost in Enga province as a result of this sleep. And I'd like to recognize the support that they've given us from the international community in support to what the Prime Minister already mentioned, some of them. Thank you all. And I thank the Prime Minister for being the Prime Minister, but he had to go to Mulitaka in person with the governor and the other leaders to console the people, to support them. The other forms of support, they're very important, but also the personal presence that is given in compassion to the people that meant a lot to those children, those mothers, those fathers and family members who had lost their loved ones and who also had been displaced. And I thank the Prime Minister and his government for this act of compassion. Let me recognize the Minister for Intergovernmental Relations, the Honourable Minister, for presenting his bill today, because it's a very important bill that will lay down the framework through which the dissemination of support and help that will be given to the people so that we can resettle them and we can look after them, but also feed them this time because health, food, water, those are very important, essential of life, and we need this framework of law to guide the delivery of these necessary needs to the people of Mulitaka. Let me also mention that Mulitaka happens to be on the road corridor, on the road to Pogera mine. And you will have heard Enga has gone through some challenging moments where you find you have mixed problems coming out of it. You have a Pogera illegal mining issue. You have a resettlement that must be done to take the people away from the SML areas and so forth. And the Pogera must be brought to full operation, to its full productivity, because it is probably the most important cow that we are milking from at this moment. And then you have the land slip happening at the same time. So you see these challenging issues, and you couldn't have the contractor bring the machines and things up. So it was a very challenging moment for the government as well as the provincial government and everybody else. But I'm happy that now we have seen some of those challenges ceased. The English is not your language, and sometimes the tongue speaks something else when your mind is in another place. So those challenges have now ceased and have been subdued by the actions that we have taken as a government, but also as other actors here in this effort. And I'm very thankful, and I thank the Minister for this important bill. And I'm also grateful for the provincial government under the leadership of the provincial governor and the administrator, Sandy Saka, and the administration will work with the UNDP. They put together a plan, the Mulitaka Restoration Plan, which I'm glad the Prime Minister mentioned, and the Minister also mentioned in his statement, that they'll be working with the provincial government and authority on the ground to implement that the program. And I have read through the program as a member of the Provincial Assembly, and I find it's a very good program that I think the national government and the other entities will be working together to implement that program, and it is called the Restoration of a Mulitaka Landslip program, and it did work. So I'm seeing everything forming into a view in the framework to administer help to our people, and I thank you very much on behalf of the people of Enga and the people of Mulitaka in particular. I see this also as a solution to some of those problems that has been impeding the full productivity of the mine up there, because the road will be opened, bypass will be made, and people will be settled when we administer this. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, or Acting Speaker, if Prime Minister can minister, and Minister for Treasury and Finance and Planning could listen on this, it will require financing. I saw in the provincial government's plan there is a $21 million worked out with the UNDP and the others who put this program together. In PNG terms, might be 80 or 90 million. What might happen is you might have a phased out program over the next 5 to 10 years to see this kind of money put in, so that you carefully manage, because I've seen others like Manam Restoration, other programs like East New Britain. We have seen challenges there when there's no money going in, and even now when you go in, you'll find people are still living in some of those whole status quo because no funding has been given. So I ask that let's be very prudent in how we allocate resources to see the end result achieved, because we have ample money given on the ground. And with this, I thank you very much on behalf of the people of Mulitaka and Enga Province. Thank you, Minister. Thank you.
The question is that the question being now put. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those in against say no. The ayes have it. The question is that the bill be now read at that time. According with constitutional requirement, the bill must be passed by an absolute majority of 60 members. The clerk, ring the bell. Attendants, please close the door. the question is that the bill be now read at third time. Would those in favor please stand? Those who are against, please stand. Those in favor, 81. Noes, 0. Clerk.
Third reading. A bill for an act to establish the Mulitaka Resettlement Authority and for related purpose. Thank you, Minister.
Clerk.
Notice number 94. Minister for Justice and Attorney General.
Minister for Justice.
Mr. Assistant Speaker, I present the National Economic and Fiscal Commission's Amendment Bill 2024.
Clerk.
First reading. A bill for an act to amend the National Economic and Fiscal Commission Act 1996 and for related purposes.
Minister.
Mr. Assistant Speaker, I move that the bill be now read a second time.
Make your speech.
Mr. Speaker, members of this Honorable House, it gives me a great pleasure to introduce the National Economic and Fiscal Commission Amendment Bill 2024. The principal act to amend the National Economic Fiscal Commission Act 1995. The constitutional office holders are heads of a constitutional offices. The current occupants of the constitutional offices have acquired skills and experience over the time, and that is invaluable to their respective offices. And there is a need to safeguard the constitutional office holders to continue serving in their respective capabilities to ensure stability in the respective constitutional offices and also ensure service delivery. Mr. Speaker, PNG is faced with a situation where majority of the highly skilled and experienced individuals are retiring, hence creating a vacuum in institutions that have critical service delivery functions. Such individuals should be retained to contribute to institutionalized development and service delivery.
As Minister responsible for justice administration matters, particularly reviewing and ensuring our institutional and legislative frameworks are updated and strengthened, submit that such reviews addresses the gaps in harnessing institutional knowledge and job experience critical in leading organizations that carry important services delivery functions. Mr. Speaker, the National Economic and Physical Commission is established by Section 18(7)(h) of the Constitution and is accorded and the overarching and vital role to provide economic and physical advice to the national government, including advice on intergovernmental financing arrangements and spearheading the implementation of corresponding reforms as they occur. This responsibility is embodied in the Intergovernmental Relations Function and Funding Act 209, which is the principal act. Mr. Speaker, the knowledge and experience required to lead a constitutional office such as NEFC was initially founded upon some form of educational qualification and which serves as basis to lead or manage the office. The broadening and refining and honoring the knowledge and experience is a skill that is acquired and mastered over a period of time by senior officers. Once the senior officer retires, they take up with them the much needed institutional knowledge and job experience critical to providing the mandated service delivery, and in the case of NEFC, it is ensuring that our people in the provinces benefit greatly from the intergovernmental financing arrangements. Mr. Speaker, the proposed amendment bill is to increase the retirement of age of CEO to address the depleting experience, skills, and huge institutionalized knowledge gap that is found in most of our institutions today. Senior officials who still have acquired adequate years to contribute to strengthening our institutions and contributing to service delivery are not able to do so due to them reaching an earlier retirement age. Further, the proposed amendment to increase the retirement age allows continuity and transfer of knowledge and skill to the younger generation of leaders. Mr. Speaker, the policy basis for this proposed amendment is to ensure that the constitutional offices and institutions of government retains officials who are highly skilled, experienced, with profound public sector practice, who have integrity and community standing. This assists in skills transfer to the young officers coming up, who are able to learn from these experienced individuals. The current retirement age for the head of NEFC is 60 and 65 in special cases upon the discretion of the appointing authority. Is limiting in terms of the experience and years of service left in the current and prospective occupants to these respective offices. Mr. Speaker, in noting the critical issue of bridging and the divide between the head of an agency and the group of future leaders, it has been resolved to increase the retirement age of the head of NEFC from 60 to 75. The arrangement to Section 8, the amendment to Section 18 of the Principal Act is to not only standardize the retirement age, but to also ensure continuity and the transfer of knowledge and skills to upcoming future leaders. This legislative reform is aligned to the medium-term development plan for 2023 to 2027. MTDP under strategic priority area 5 objective, which is to strengthen the systems and the processes of government and enforcement of rule of law to achieve a safe, just, and secure environment for all. Mr. Speaker, the amendment to the Principal Act will ensure that the retirement age of the chairman and chief executive officer of NEFC is consistent with the retirement age of the other constitutional office holders, such as the Ombudsman Commission, judges, and ICAC commissioners. Our government has resolved that the retirement age of the constitutional office holders be standardized at 75 years. Mr. Speaker, with that, I commend the National Economic and Physical Commission Amendment Bill 2024 to this Honorable House. Thank you.
The question is that the question be now put. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those in against say no. The ayes have it. The question is that the bill be now read a second time. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those in against say no. The ayes have it. Clerk.
Second reading. A bill for an act to amend the National Economic and Fiscal Commission Act 1996 and for related purposes.
Minister.
Mr. Assistant Speaker, I ask leave of Parliament to move the third reading forthwith.
Slip granted. Slip granted. The question is that the
No.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I moved that the bill now be read a third time.
The question is that the question be put. Those in favor say aye. Those in against say no. The ayes have it. The question is that the bill be now read a third time. Those in favor say aye. Those in against say no. The ayes have it. Clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to amend the National Economic and Fiscal Commission Act 1996 and for related purposes.
Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Speaker, I ask leave of Parliament to move a motion without notice.
Is leave granted? Leave granted. Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Speaker, I move that so much of standing orders be suspended as would prevent notice number 108, private business, being called on forthwith.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those in favor say aye. Those in against say no. The ayes have it. The leader of Government Business. Clerk.
Notice number 108, Mr. Paul Spago, member for National Capital District.
Governor.
Mr. Assistant Speaker, I present the National Capital District Commission Amendment Bill 2024.
Clerk.
A bill, first reading, a bill for an act to amend the National Capital District Commission Act 2021.
Governor.
Sorry, 2001.
Mr. Speaker, or Mr. Assistant Speaker, I ask leave of the Parliament to move the second reading forthwith.
Is leave granted? Leave granted. Governor.
Mr. Assistant Speaker, I move that the bill be now read a second time.
Make your speech.
Thank you, Mr. Assistant Speaker, honorable members of Parliament. It's been a long day, so I'll try to be You prokenari mo no? All right. All right, how's this? All right, Mr. Assistant Speaker, honorable members of Parliament. It's been a long day, so I'll try to be stick to the script and just read my speech. And I'll try to cut it short, so maybe we can have a early exit from Parliament today. Mr. Speaker, I'll just give a bit of a background or context to this bill. This proposed bill is basically to tidy up the amendments passed by Parliament to the NCDC Act in 2021. A number of amendments were passed then, principally to the governance system, administrative system, and GST revenue sharing equation between NCDC, Central Province, Gulf Provinces, Motu Koita Assembly. The net effect of the amendments by then Governor Garobe in 2021, together with other laws, was that it gave almost absolute power and control on finance, procurement, assets, and administrative powers of the Commission, NCDC, to the city manager and his administration. Effectively, Mr. Assistant Speaker, rendering the elected officials, especially myself as mandated governor and chairman of the Commission, powerless. We became like mere rubber stamps of the city administration. In 2023, most of these amendments made in 2021 were repealed or further amended to bring them in alignment with best practice and more incongruent with systems and processes at the subnational government. We have retained some of those amendments. For example, the revenue sharing arrangements between NCDC, Central Province, Gulf Province, Motu Koita Assembly have been kept. Some other aspect of that amendment in 2021, we have kept them because not all of them were bad or not acceptable. But by an oversight, some of the 2021 amendments were not dealt with in the 2023 amendment, thereby, Mr. Assistant Speaker, giving rise to this amendment. These amendments, in the first instance, seeks to rectify this omission and bring back the governance and management of the National Capital District Commission to the status quo of pre-2021 amendments, where the Commission and the city saw great growth and transformation. The core of the amendment that I'm seeking to present now is to restore the oversight powers of the chairman and, in his absence, the deputy chairman of the Commission. Mr. Assistant Speaker, this is an important power that ensures efficient management of the Commission, ensuring that all matters are dealt with in an expeditious manner and priorities set by the board are met or are being achieved. These oversight powers enable the chairman and the deputy chairman to have oversight over the affairs of the Commission, to ensure that programs, projects, decisions are being implemented in a timely fashion in accordance with policy framework, priorities set by the board, and the legal requirement of the Commission. What is sought here is almost exactly the same powers that existed prior to 2021, especially the oversight powers. So, Mr. Assistant Speaker, I want to emphasize that there is nothing new or unusual sought in these amendments. But, Mr. Assistant Speaker, I want to explain it in this way so we all are very clear about these powers. What I want to explain is that firstly, what the amendment does not give the chairman or deputy chairman of the Commission, the municipal government of our capital city. Mr. Assistant Speaker, this is not an unusual or extraordinary powers that we are seeking to obtain that would give the chairman some extraordinary powers that is beyond normal within our system of government at the subnational level. It's a similar power to what the Prime Minister has with the mandate that Parliament has given him to have oversight over the affairs and the work of the Chief Secretary of the Department of Prime Minister and NEC, and indeed over the department, over other departments, of course, working with and respecting the portfolio minister. What we seek here too, Mr. Assistant Speaker, is the same and similar powers that the governors of the provinces have over their provincial assembly, over their provincial administrator, their PC, and indeed the entire provincial government. I want to emphasize that this amendment definitely does not give the chairman powers to decide budget of the National Capital District Commission on its own. This is a power that belongs to the board of the commission, which I am the chair. The board is made up of open members of parliament. Chairman Motukoida is the deputy chairman. Another representative from Motukoida Assembly appointed by our board is also a representative in the commission board. And we have representatives from the churches, women, youth, business, settlement, and unions in the city, all appointed collectively by the board of the commission. The board, which acts as both executive and legislative assembly, allocates financial resources for projects and programs in the city through the budget. I, as governor and chairman, I do not decide on my own, nor can I change the budget on my own. So this amendment too does not give me powers as governor or chairman to approve or authorize payment for any service or goods provided to the commission or procured by the commission. This is a power that belongs to the city manager under the Public Finance Management Act. He is the only Section 32 officer in the commission. I don't have such powers, nor am I seeking such powers. I can only make requisition, and it is for the city manager to approve or refuse, just like our open members and commissioners of our board. These amendments and the powers being sought do not give me powers to override his financial power. This amendment too does not give me powers to procure goods and services on behalf of the commission. The procurement powers of the commission, like all provincial governments, state-owned enterprises, are vested with the National Procurement Commission and the provincial procurement committees, which are committees comprising of public servants, not elected officials. In the case of NCDC, the city manager is the chairman of the provincial procurement committee. For the record, Mr. Assistant Speaker, members of parliament, our provincial procurement committees have powers up to 10 million on any matters over 10 million, of course, comes to the National Procurement Commission and eventually to the NEC to decide and award. Under the National Procurement Commission Act and the Public Finance Management Act, city manager, like other provincial administrators, have discretion up to 1 million kina. I don't have such powers as chairman, nor am I seeking such powers under this amendment. This amendment therefore does not seek, nor will it result in giving me any financial powers or powers to override the city manager or the provincial procurement committee of the NCDC. So, Mr. Assistant Speaker and members of parliament, what are the powers being sought under this amendment? The oversight powers being sought by this amendment basically gives the chairman, and in his absence, the deputy chairman, powers to have oversight to ensure management of the commission are adhering to priorities set by the board and are proactive in setting plans, priorities, preparing budget, adopting strategies to address challenges facing our capital city. Mr. Assistant Speaker, a comparison with the powers of the governors in the provinces would show that there is not much difference, except that what is sought here by these amendments are specific, while the powers that the governors in the provinces have are broad, general, and extensive. So, Mr. Assistant Speaker, members of parliament, I just draw attention to what is provided in organic law and provincial and local level government for the governors in the provinces, my colleagues in the provinces. Section 22 provides for their powers, the political and executive responsibility of the provincial governor and deputy provincial governor. Subsection 1 says the provincial governor, or in his absence, the deputy provincial governor shall A, be politically responsible to the provincial assembly for the overall development and good government of the provinces, and B, be constitutionally responsible to the minister responsible for provincial government and local level government. So these powers given to the provincial governors, Mr. Speaker, members of parliament, you would see that there are wide powers to control and manage affairs of the provincial government to achieve overall and good governance of the provinces. Although they are not specific, sorry, I'll repeat it. Although this amendment that I'm seeking are in specific terms, they are more or less similar powers to that of the provincial governors. So, Mr. Speaker, members of Parliament, I'm just emphasizing this to explain, understand that what the nature of these amendments are. So I've outlined the nature of the amendments. Section 6, Chairman, what the amendment seeks, the Chairman and Deputy Chairman. Among the powers that are being sought basically are these. 1, there shall be a Chairman and Deputy Chairman of the Commission. 2, subject to this Act, the Governor is the Chairman of the Commission and the Deputy Governor is the Deputy Chairman of the Commission. 3, subject to this Act, the Chairman as the General, there should be oversight powers of the affairs of the management of the Commission and is to ensure that the Commission is performing its function and achieving its objective. B, shall conduct meeting of the Commission in accordance with this Act. C, on behalf of the Commission, shall present recommendation to the national government on matters pertaining to the powers and function of the Commission. D, shall manage the Commission in the planning and implementation of development and investment programs, including the planning of capital expenditure and preparation of long-term financial projections. E, shall manage and assist when necessary in the preparation of statutory or management accounts and preparation of management of budgets, estimates of capital and revenue expenditure, cash flows, and other financial data or information or accounting records. And there is a part F, G, H, and goes on to J. So, Mr. Assistant Speaker, members of Parliament, although these are specific, you would see that it's generally what our colleagues in the provinces, they do. They have complete oversight over the provincial government. They prepare the budget, they submit it to the Assembly, and they oversee with the provincial administrator the implementation. So the only difference, as I would submit here, is that the amendment and what we had in the NCDC Act before 2021 were very specific in these terms. So, Mr. Assistant Speaker, apart from conducting meetings, presenting recommendations to the national government, assisting the Commission in planning and implementation of development and investment programs, preparation of budget, most of what is being sought here are merely to have oversight over what and how the Commission is attending to its responsibility and obligations under the Act and priorities set by the Board. So, some of the things that are with these powers that enables the Chairman, in this case myself at this time, to do is that if the management have decided some roads that to be constructed and those might not be priorities, or some things that they are not attending to that might be priorities or needs or urgent matters to attend to, then the Chairman, having oversight, can ask the management to say, okay, abandon that and go and work in this area further. Not to undermine his powers or the powers of the management, but basically to get them to focus on emergency or priority things that should be attended to in our capital city. The next sum, Mr. Speaker, that has necessitate these amendments too is that because of the powers under Public Finance Management Act vested with the city manager and the management of the Commission, the powers under procurement vested with the city manager and management of the Commission, and in the 2021 amendment, the powers of superintendent or oversight of the Commission was also transferred to the city manager and his management. All the powers, administrative powers, financial powers, procurement powers, all get go along management here. So what is the use of governor and my mandate or our board. Effectively, we became like rubber stamp. For this year, for example, because the Act came into operation this year by virtue of the fact that we challenged the amendment in the Supreme Court, but we lost the case because of a technicality. Our lawyer did not file an abstract of submission in time, so Supreme Court thought, behind in procedure, so case will be dismissed. So the amendment came into effect this year. So the net effect of this is that people are, starting from me as governor and all my board, the only thing that we've done this year is approve the budget. In terms of implementation and priority and so on, all management, all working like globally. So some people complain to me, lights out or something come up. I can explain to you that I raised a number of concerns about people vending at the street light in major traffic junction. I've been telling that city manager that we have to attend to this. There's going to be a problem. Nobody attend to it until some, woman got killed at the at the traffic light at BSP and Holiday Inn Junction. And then we had to act, by which time we have lost life. By which time at the junction at Tokararatu, all the vendors and public, there's a big commotion because we have not removed the vendors there. This is the type of, oversight that the chairman has to have so that the management of the commission is focused. Mr. Speaker, our city is a national asset. Over the years, we have put a lot of investment into the capital city. I want to thank previous government and current government. You all not neglected the capital city, but we are accumulating a lot of national, challenges. For example, big migration. Minister Honorable Richard Masere has indicated to me, for example, that based on the data now, the census seems to be showing that, Governor, we might have 1.4, 1.5 million people in the city. That's a big challenge on the city. It puts a lot of pressure on our, infrastructure, on our services, health, education, everything. But these are not matters that we local challenges ourselves. These are equally national challenges that we share, and we not shy away from them. We are ready to meet them. So, we need the capacity and we need the appropriate tools to be able to respond to them. So, Mr. Speaker, members of Parliament, the basic powers that being sought here are very basic. I would submit, Mr. Speaker, that capital city me must got plenty more power. More than this is what I think. Because I have to deal with settlement, I have to deal with, a lot of problems that has happened. We have to, drive the agenda to clean up the city, to, deal with the buses. Minister for Transport, I'm trying to work with him. Plenty of challenges here that we face, but some we have powers, some we don't have powers. So, Mr. Speaker, I think, I will make the case for support for this amendment. I can go on and explain a bit more, but that's in sum what the amendment is about and what I seek the support of the honourable members of Parliament. With that, I commend the bill to Parliament.
Noticed. Assistant Speaker, and thank you, Prime Minister Deputy, now a member of Parliament. This is a very important bill. National capital is the gateway of our country. Whatever you do in Taripori or Telefoman, they will not know. Whatever you do in the city will go internationally and nationally as well. So this bill is a very important bill, and it must, for our future generation to come,
And when you look at a bill totally, holistically, when I won in 2017, when I came, 2021, Wariwele bill, made by Anna McCarran, and that bill was there. And our Honorable Governor and the Commission, including myself, we are using that bill up to Agaroba when he changed in 2021. And 2017 up to 2021, we see that the bill was not right. The chairman got more power. So that bill that Agaroba put in was good for everybody, including the 3 MPs and the nominated board members of the commission. And then I think my Honorable Governor amended a little bit, and then it came to this Parliament. And then we are using that current bill now. Governor spelled out everything already. He's a governor. We 3 elected members must give due respect to what the governor and his ambition to develop our beautiful city. And we all supposed to work together. But the bill itself, when you look at it, governor will be gone, cowboy will be gone, even our prime minister will be gone. Whoever comes tomorrow, that bill must work for everybody, our future generations. So I will support this bill with amendments, and I'm going to bring it in February session. Because the board is made up of the 3 members and the other already government mentioned. Already mentioned in the Act. And my population are about 450 to close to 500,000. I think if my brother, Minister for Assistant Prime Minister, if we come with a statistics, he should be tabled here, but not yet. So I am coming with an amendment in February to capture all the 3 electorates so that we are in the GST sharing. Because when you look at my electorate, you got international airport. Now police are talking about law and order. It's in my district. CIS, it is my district. The parliament, all the industry, all the commercial areas. And this beautiful parliament. So the GST collection must equally said so that we must also contribute to our electorate. Tell me, all the governors, where is your electorate? Or where is your district? All district member electorate. Now electorate work him, now you work low. But you must work one time all governors. Like me, we are a team. We got no dispute. We argue with governor eye to eye, face to face, in the board. For what? We want to do it right. We want to do it right because this is capital city. So that anybody comes tomorrow, the law is transparently, accountability, not for any political convenience or no nothing, but we have to do it right. So, to cut it short, you guys are here long show. Me supporting this bill, but amendment will be by come of February, so that Bamla look him now, scale him now, put him go up so that it's transparent according to the provincial affairs, local level government, and by office long, and he have to do the waiting process, so that proper process are done, due diligence are done, so that this law and by stop not behind only come to Honorable Governor Paus Pagop, staff na working bisla, Commissioner Blan Kauba Justin, na LBS staff na working bisla na disla law staff na mibla behind it. So we'll have to leave a legacy behind. But I concur with what Governor says. The project, everything we are doing in the city is slowly. It's not moving. And we have to push it to make it happen. So I will go with my governor. I think the other brother member from Northwest is here if you want to talk. Otherwise, we all together with governor to give him the support he needs and the support also I need in my district so that we can all work together for the betterment of this capital city. Actually, we line bridge stuff and we look out him stuff. All get a business stuff like you like relax too. All get a something stuff like here. But on that note, I also want to ask the national government, Prime Minister, Deputy, please don't think that we are collecting GST and we got a lot of money. Because of number of people going up, close to 1 million over, services too go up. So any infrastructure development in the city like roads, especially water and sewage, the national government should also put money on infrastructure development in the city. Chip in, Mibla put in, Yubla put in, donor agency, international community, they will put it so that this city become a better place, safety, healthy environment for all of us to live. Now, by Mr. Bosen. With that, Assistant Speaker, I will support this bill with amendments. So, establish and set you are in, put him also so that February by Mikarikam, by me put him through one kind of same. You may bring today one kind of thing you support long and Mikari Bilikam me like him. One kind support. Thank you, Assistant Speaker.
Minister for Provincial and Local Level Government Office.
I don't know what thank you, Mr. Assistant Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to debate on this important bill. Mr. Assistant Speaker, this is a very important bill. This bill is necessary to regulate the growth of the city as well as provide the services to our citizens. Our citizen right now, I am told that it's about 1 million people in the city. The citizens consist both of our nationals as well as our visitors who reside and do business in this city, and therefore requires this bill to ensure that proper services are provided, particularly in relation to infrastructures, service delivery mechanisms, including ensuring that city is kept clean. That's the reason why what this bill is all about. But having said that, I'd like to also mention that Minister for Provincial and Local Government Affairs has oversight on sub-regional governments. That includes the provincial governments, local level governments, as well as ward governments, and including city authorities. I want to appeal to all those entities before any laws and bills come before this parliament. Those laws need to be debated and vetted properly at provincial assembly levels as well as at commission levels, so that it must have the support of everyone concerned before they are either brought to this parliament or brought to my attention for vetting. Mr. Assistant Speaker, laws we pass on the floor of this parliament must be fair and good laws, both in terms of its construct as well as its intent. What do I mean here? When we apply the law, it must be seen to be delivering to our people fairly. When we are also providing that law, we must ensure that the rights of our people are protected and not being abused. Mr. Assistant Speaker, this bill came to my attention about beginning of this year. When I looked at the bill, I was not satisfied, so I asked my brother governor to go through this bill again in ensuring that those areas of concern that I have raised are being addressed. Hence, that process has taken place. As far or as late as yesterday, and I thank the Prime Minister and Deputy Prime Minister for taking leadership in this area in ensuring that we address those issues adequately. Hence, this law has been now brought to the Parliament. Mr. Assistant Speaker, I remain vigilant to the performance of provincial governments, local level governments, including city authorities. Whatever they do, including the laws they pass, I must have oversight on that. Finally, let me again give the assurance to the governor and all those who are present today. Have belly easy. This is a good law. We must give the support the governor is seeking on the floor of Parliament. Thank you, Mr. Assistant Speaker.
Honourable Governor for West Islands.
Thank you, Assistant Speaker. I also support this bill, and also I'm also governor of my province, and I think some of the laws and talked about in this, I don't think it covers all of other provinces, but for the city, for this city is a very important place, important city, and I would like to thank all the open members and together with the governor. All of us here, though we think that we're from other provinces, but we all living here. I believe all of us here have properties here in Port Moresby, and our future retirement for all of these members are here in Port Moresby. And all departmental heads and all the big man judges and everybody in Papua New Guinea, those who are still living there, they are still retiring in Port Moresby. And all of us here today, all our retirement places will be Port Moresby. And this place is a very, very important place. So, Assistant Speaker, Prime Minister to start, we must look beyond the laws that we are passing now to. We must make this city a very, very important place for us. Today, with all these law and order issues and all that, when you think about the Black Wednesday last year, when we had problems here in Port Moresby, one day we might have something like that too. And that time, when our police and army, when they are not doing to save our city, I was thinking that the governor should have at least a police unit too, should come underneath the city too. Because you will always stop here. One day, one fine time come, some law and order no come putla. You may all get up, you may look in all become Ravi Mall Pingni, you may Ravi Mall. Burgi Mall property, you mean, Port Moresby is becoming like a no man's land. You mean all provinces, you got all tribesmen, you mean got me film or some strong, you got all provinces. But time you come to Port Moresby, and one place where life you may start years so. It's not this governor's city. It's going to be our home that we will retire at time you pass out law politics and all this law. So me like supporting this law bill too. Now me like also, but you must put in more power going on this law now too strong in some law functions to law work law governor. Now open members. Time now you may talk law powers law governors please all some law when we have legal staff we can look on other type too. This is time now you must pass him one law work also when you may look in behind you can talk law but with that support from me on Western Islands all got to come making business lawyer all come running taxi lawyer all running bus lawyer two people Western Islands got big contribution to you Osla city. Time you strike, you plus in time la taxi na bus na. Kai two and kai back and agan kam na you like kawan na you plus sleep kerap or some stuff. So city and Mibla looking Western Islands am home blow Mibla two islands provinces too am home blow you me. So plenty trouble fight every command up blow provinces and city blow you me place blow you me. So thank you na me move on me support him bill. Thank you.
Minister for Foreign Affairs.
Thank you. I'm here to not only support our governor and the amendments of NCDC, but also to have the voice for one of the best electorates in this country called Moresby South Side as well. And the reason why it's called that is because it's had 13 years of solid development under the governorship, working in partnership with Honourable Poa Spakop. Now it comes down to this: partnership, trust, commitment, initiative to get things done in an urban environment. It's a very unique environment when we're dealing with the whole of Papua New Guinea. For example, we're all northeast, northwest, Moresby South, and Motukoitabo, we're all electorates. We're not districts. We come under the National Capital District Commission. So we run a different government system, which works, which definitely works. We report to the city manager as our district manager as such, or electoral manager, and then we have a financial controller within NCDC, and the tenders go out through the proper process through the board. So everything works well. The only unfortunate thing happened was that we had those amendments changed 3 or 4 years ago, which was more for a personal interest rather than a collective interest. Now the governor's come back to restore his powers that he's mandated to do by the people of this city, and to ensure that the city operates without fear and without favour. So we are also the example for the rest of the country. And we have to make sure that the law and order in our capital is under control. We have to make sure the place is clean and tidy and healthy for everybody to live. We have to provide the necessary services for transportation, roads, rubbish collection, water, electricity, you name it, endless challenges every single day. Then it comes to the land, evictions, settlements, our villages, and our urban areas and our CBD. So we have a massive task to do here in our capital city. And our budget is probably not as big as we would like, but we have to make do with what we have, and with that get the best out of the city administration. And if the city administration is not working and is falling behind and can't keep up, well, then we need to do something about it. Enough of talking. We put words into action and make it happen. Now, for all of us members, we're also engineers and lawyers, and we go around looking at all our electorates to try and get it as the best we possibly can. But we need backing, we need support, we need things happening. We need a proactive system. And when the governor hasn't got any powers, and the board and the management dictates, then we have a problem. So this amendment is not to make the governor any more powerful than he already is. It's about getting on with the job. It's about looking after our city. It's about accountability. It's about making sure we have this city right for all of you here sitting here, as well as for our residents in our capital city, to live in a clean, healthy, safe environment. To develop the city in a way where it can be a shining light in the Pacific, the pearl of the Pacific. Remember, there's a lot of questions being raised when I go to international forums, and we are currently doing our foreign policy white paper. Papua New Guinea is the biggest landmass, biggest population. We are biggest in the Pacific, and we are seated right between Southeast Asia and the Pacific. So we have to be very proud of that. But we also have to live up to proper standards and get our act together as well. So for us, it's about working together in partnership. I'm very happy, and I thank the Prime Minister's intervention yesterday afternoon with the Minister for Provincial Affairs and the other two open members, that we're all come together to support this amendment so we can work together for the good of all of you here, our people of NCD, our people of Moresby South, as well as Northeast and Western, our Motu Koitabu Indigenous people. Very important. And when we're all combined together under good laws, under this amendment, we can make this city shine and make sure that everything that is required of us is done. So I support this amendment, and I look forward in all of you working with us for the benefit of our capital city. Thank you so much.
Honourable members, before I attend the question report, let me give time to the female lady. You can make a short speech and you can attend the question. Regional member for Central.
Thank you, Assistant Speaker. I thank my colleague, Governor for NCD, for bringing this bill. But let me say that, I guess let me remind this House that Port Moresby used to be the capital city of Central Province. And also to say that Port Moresby is unique to other provinces and their capital cities. So when we talk about Port Moresby, I think we need to have the context that firstly, and me Mama Brown me talk, suppose you know give me chance and you know right. Okay. So first, Chief Justice of this country, late Sebori Kiru, said that when we got independence, the Waigani precinct should just be the Parliament House and the central government buildings, office. And the rest of this city, we could have put it in Arona Valley, or somewhere else. But it was a mistake for us, people of Central Province, and Motu Koita. And Motu Koita, that we gave this capital away. So when I sit here and I hear people saying that we will all retire here, it upsets me that it is not fair. And if we had to bring something to this bill here, I should see it saying something about Motu Koita people. It should have a quarter of funding that we are talking about going to Motu Koita people. And we are not talking about Motu Koita people here. We are just talking about how much money we get and we continue to spend in the way that we are spending, marginalizing the people, the natives of this city. Just last Friday...
Honorable Governor, you have a point of order. Mr. Prime Minister, what is your point of order?
With greatest of all respect, I just want to respectfully indicate to Madam Governor, the Motu Koita people, in the law that is not a part of the greater body of law, with the amendment coming in, Motu Koita's share was increased from 5% to 10%. In the last amendment, your predecessor, Governor then Agorobe, brought into this house. So Motu Koita right is now been elevated, double the size of what it used to be before. This amendment also does not remove the 5% to NCD, I beg your pardon, Central, and the 5% to Gulf Province. So speak in the context. Thank you, Madam. Mr. Deputy Assistant Speaker and Madam Governor.
Your Honorable Prime Minister, your point of order is in order. Madam Governor, you can make your speech.
Just take a walk down to Pari Village in Mosby South. They do not have water. Just go to Porabara, just out the outskirts of Port Moresby. They do not have water. Because the water is taken up by people in the city and the businesses that are expanding. If this bill is going to adequately address the needs of the people, I don't mind. So how do we actually take into account the people who have continuously been marginalized? Just last Friday, I went to a show telling our stories. That was down here at APEC House. And the Motu Koita people there were telling the story of how the missionaries first came and how they have seen this city evolve and how very marginalized they are. And one of the phrases that they used was that in Port Moresby South, in Pari Village, the women are cooking in the shadows of lights that light up the city. I just went and put a bore water in Porabara Village. And these women, one of the women got up and said, "We have prayed all of this time, and now our prayers are answered." Bore water. Just because you may Surukem City go out, now you may not think of them. Demand law, wara, and by big club because them commercial expansion of the commercial area going inside the Central Province. You may lose things in last class. The people that own the land. You may think in the money na cargo. Blow you me yet. You may not think in the last class. People are not busy with a bus them owned by Western Highlands or Nogat. Carry this city and go to Arona, wherever you want to go to. We want respect for our people on our land.
Madam Governor, you have a point of order. Honorable Governor Western Highlands, what is your point of order?
Mibla lawyer passing law na law city. Mibla na tok law budget lawyer. Mibla Western Highlands too Mibla come contribute laws la city. Long mi tok. Mibla no part law this la law too. Thank you.
Honorable Governor, you Governor, you can complete it.
Thank you. So, Bami Tokol said, this law, chair where Brother Blomi powers back up and hold him, Governor back up and hold him now, yeah. This law chair too before. Online Lucina, this law chair too. Okay, see, online outside come inside for what? For voting purpose, law, holding this office. This law go come up in more settlement. All of this and then book come up here now. You mean like talk out and talk straight. Then work contribute. Online come here, stop, law one end, law voting, you mean go inside law parliament stop.
Honorable member.
Respect highly, but you can reframe your words because this is a country of democracy. We talked about democracy a few hours ago, and people got right to move into any places they want to. So when they come to Port Moresby, it's a capital city. They got right to come. So you can do a grievances by tomorrow or something, but you stick on to the point so that we can move on. Budget is all about governor and my team, but grievance debate tomorrow you can address it, but now we are talking about the bill and you can just talk on that one.
Honorable Governor, I think we give him time, you can finish him. You have 12 minutes. So.
Suppose this play come up, the place play you, and you stand up for a minute to talk, yeah? So please, respect the staff is here.
Order.
Thank you. Sorry, me not talk through the chair. Me play our last place now, yeah? Me plus are like come inside the market. Our lives are at risk. Blow on them. So all of these things are happening. So some time you must think also. I think this plus chair block governor you be give him goal of motu koita. Well now play electorate and you give him goal of stuff line comes in down the chair block motu koita and governor sit or should hold him now. I think lo this flow way and one of by come up straight now. So sorry, any experience Lomipla Central, Lomipla Motu Koita staff in Salo City. Why not me talk sorry? Also, no good platino say me no need to apologize to. So Mr. Speaker, with due respect to Governor Pakov, this law office is important for us, people of Motu Koita and people of Central Province. Sorry, what the Honorable Governor is saying, we, as Governor of Central Province, I don't have anything far and above what you have. We still make decisions at Provincial Executive Council in terms of budgets. We bring it to the Assembly, which is made up of the representation of the community, LLG presidents, women rep, youth rep, chief rep, and the 5 open members, and they get to pass the budget in the Assembly. And then it's the administration who implements it. You know, Mipla, they do it. So I'm trying to understand where this is coming from. So now we like to call them. Be it, and I want it to be, I will vote against it because now me talk here, political heads sit down. You know, not stabilize one thing, interest lo me plan. Motu Koita, not central. Administration holim. All by staff here, and work Blayumi as political leaders to provide oversight on administration. Make sure they're implementing what they are supposed to. I did say oversight, didn't I? Yeah. Yeah.
Order. Honorable Governor, I think Madam Kamlo and long the problem so we can let him can finish him now. Honorable Governor, I think you can resume your seat. Let the Madam complete its speech and. Okay, Governor, what is your point of order?
With due respect to you, the Assistant Speaker, the amendment before us is in relation to giving the oversight power to the governor of the NCDC. That's that, oversight power. The governor is complaining, sorry, with due respect, for good reason, that he doesn't have that oversight power. And because of that, and because of the amendment, the law existing gives full power to the administrator or city manager, as they say, and is proposing an amendment so that as a political head of the province of National Capital District,
Governor,
he's got a power.
Honorable Governor,
that is the issue, Mr. Speaker. What the Leonard Governor for Central is talking.
Honorable Governor, you are debating.
No. I'm coming to the point. I'm going to come to the point of...
You are debating. Resume your seat. Let the Madam Governor can complete his speech. Order. Honorable Governor, resume your seat. I will not entertain you. You are debating. Let Madam Governor can complete its speech. Governor.
Thank you. Me put in grievance debate and we're gonna collect the dust. So me got right lot of talk and me talk. Thank you. So now you may looking heavy that Motor Koita now on Central, you may walk lo facing here. Inside the city, you mean? In a long time, just a few weeks ago, you may look him. Also, you may move him online the bushfire and I go dump him on the Central Province ground. Part of it was portion 1221 when it got caught yet, but may not diverge Lodisla. So these are the realities. And so while I might be digressing, it is an important point that we need to raise him. So, if there was already a court challenge by the predecessor, which the Honorable Governor for NCD has said, and it was based on technicalities, why don't you bring it up to Supreme Court and get it addressed there? Failing that, come back here na unit of. Thank you, Assistant Speaker.
The question is that the question be put. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those in against say no. The ayes have it. The question is that the bill be now read a second time. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those in against say no. The ayes have it. Clerk.
Second reading, the bill for an act to amend the National Capital District Commission Act 2001.
In commission? In committee?
In committee, as there are amendments from the member for National Capital District, is it the wish of the committee that the bill be taken as a whole? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those not in favor say no. The ayes have it. Member for National Capital District.
Mr. Chairman, I move. Mr. Chairman, I move that the following amendments be made. 1. Page 1, item 1, Chairman and Deputy Chairman, repeal and replacement of Section 6. In Section 6, subsection 3, paragraph A, omit the word superintendent and substitute the word oversight. Assistant Speaker and members of Parliament, this is to ensure that the powers that are being sought here are congruent or consistent with the terminology. So superintendent sounds like a policeman or something authoritarian. So basically it's an oversight power, so it is making it consistent. Second amendment, page 2, item 3, manager repeal and replacement of Section 21. In Section 21, subsection 4, immediately after paragraph 4, insert the following paragraph, E. Is the city manager is the Section 32 officer of the Commission under Public Finance Management Act 1995. Mr. Assistant Speaker and members of Parliament, this is again to make sure there is no doubt that the changes does not affect the powers of the city manager. He is the Section 32 officer in the Commission. He alone is the Section 32 officer. So this amendment, I would like to thank the Prime Minister, Deputy Prime Minister, Leader of Government Business, Minister for Provincial and Local Level Government, our 3 MPs, all of us together with the Assistant Speaker, went over the amendment again, and we brought all this together to make it incongruent with proper process and good practice. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those not in favor say no. The ayes have it. The question is that the remainder of the bill be agreed to. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those not in favor say no. The ayes have it. The question is that I do report to Mr. Speaker that the bill has been agreed to with the amendments. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those not in favor say no. The ayes have it. Mr. Speaker, in my capacity as the chairman of the committee, I wish to report that I have to report that the bill has been agreed to with the amendments. Thank you.
Governor.
Mr. Assistant Speaker, I move that the report be adopted.
The question is that the motion to be agreed to. Those in favor, say aye. Aye. Those in against, say no. The ayes have it. Governor.
Mr. Assistant Speaker, I move that the bill be now read a third time.
The question is that the question be put. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those in against say no. The ayes have it. Question is that the bill be now read the third time. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those in against say no. The ayes have it. Clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to amend the National Capital District Commission Act 2001.
The Leader of the Government Business.
Mr. Speaker, I move that Parliament do now adjourn to tomorrow at 10 a.m.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those in against say no. The ayes have it. Honorable members, I adjourn the Parliament to tomorrow 10 o'clock a.m.